Chapter 2647. An expert barged into our Xiandao dynasty and took away Xing, and Lan. Tian Shuang cut to the chase, telling him what had happened to the Xiandao dynasty in just a few sentences. After this happened, I went to find the God's Fallen clan as soon as possible, hoping that they would step forward. However, I never thought that the God's Fallen clan would actually sever all ties with our Xiandao dynasty, Tian Shuang added. Even though she hoped that the Tianyuan family could take action very much, she did not want to harm the Tianyuan family either. As a result, she revealed the background of her enemy. Jianshan lowered his head in thought when he heard that. He paced around with his hands behind his back and said slowly, "A ninth heavenly layer infinite prime that even the God's Fallen clan doesn't dare to provoke. I think I know who he is already. Only they can make the God's Fallen clan fear them on the entire cloud plane." "Jianshan, you know who that person is?" Tian Shuang was surprised and immediately asked. Jianshan nodded slowly. He drew in the air with his finger, drawing Mu Lin. He asked, "Is it him?" "That's right. It's him. It's him." Tian Shuang immediately gritted her teeth when she saw Mu Lin's appearance. Hatred filled her eyes. "Jianshan, who is he?" Jianshan glanced at Tian Shuang deeply and said, "You don't need to know who he is. You just need to know that his background is much more terrifying than you can imagine. In short, neither the Four Symbols Alliance nor the Righteous Alliance dares to offend him on the cloud plane. The God's Fallen clan's retreat is within reason." Hearing that, Tian Shuang's body started to sway. Her originally pale complexion became even paler. She was filled with helplessness. Could it be that Xing and Lan are truly hopeless? "Senior Tian Shuang, you don't need to worry. Princess Xing and Princess Lan are acquaintances with me. No matter what, I won't just watch them end up in the hands of evil. The Righteous Alliance and the Four Symbols Alliance don't dare to offend them, but that doesn't mean that I, Jianshan, don't." Jianshan comforted her. Towards the end, his voice became cold. "Senior Tian Shuang, how long has it been?" Jianshan continued to ask. Tian Shuang's hope ignited once again when she heard that. She said, "Less than 2 hours." It had indeed been less than 2 hours since the calamity had arrived to the Xiandao dynasty. Because Tian Shuang had possessed the Disk of Heaven's Way, she could teleport at any time, which was why she could directly travel from the northern to the southern region in such a short amount of time. Now that the inter-region teleportation formations have been shut down by the Four Symbols Alliance, I can only fly over with my own speed. In less than 2 hours, I should have only reached the boundary of the northern region with my speed as a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime. I haven't even set foot in the southern region yet, Jianshan murmured to himself. Very soon, he made up his mind. He said to Tian Shuang, "Senior Tian Shuang, stay here and heal up for now. I'll go bring back Princess Xing and Princess Lan." With that, Jianshan suddenly vanished. He had left the Tianyuan family and the Pingtian Empire through the laws of space. Tian Shuang opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she discovered that she had completely lost track of Jianshan. The laws of space. Tian Shuang was surprised. Jianshan's laws of space had actually reached such a profound level, which left her extremely shocked. But very soon she began to worry again. She had come to the Tianyuan family because the Tianyuan family possessed a chaotic prime. Their status was so great that even the Four Symbols Alliance and the Righteous Alliance did not want to offend them. Originally, she wanted Jianshan to use his identity as the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan to invite the chaotic prime of the Tianyuan family, but she had never thought that Jianshan would actually go there alone. Although she did not know Jianshan's current level of cultivation, she did not believe that Jianshan was the ninth heavenly layer infinite prime's opponent. This was because when she last saw Jianshan in the Xiandao dynasty, Jianshan was only an overgod. How could he reach the level of a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime in such a short amount of time? A vast ocean separated the southern and northern regions of the cloud plain. It was also because of this ocean that the cloud plain was split into 5 regions. At this moment, a figure moved through the air above the ocean with lightning speed. He moved as quickly as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. He was Mu Lin, who had returned from the northern region. With his speed as a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime, crossing the distance between the 2 regions did not take much time at all. This was because an expert like him could already travel through the vast universe. His own speed was comparable to some spaceship. As a result, in just 2 short hours, Mu Lin left the northern region and arrived in the vast ocean between the 2 regions. Very soon, he crossed the ocean and returned to the vast continent of the southern region. I never thought that I would be able to find the rare heavenly body and innate body of ways in a small place like the cloud plain. Moreover, their appearances are so stunning. I'll take them back. The young master will definitely like them, thought Mu Lin. He carried a divine hall with him. Now, Xing and Lan had been placed in the divine hall by him. I'll let the heavenly body and the innate body of ways appease the young master first, and then I'll slowly think of a way to wipe out the Tianyuan family. A mere Tianyuan family actually dares to disrespect the young master. They really don't know their place. If it weren't for Master's orders that forbid the young master from using the power of the Star Brilliance plane, the young master would only need a single word to wipe out a mere Tianyuan family. Do they really think the heavenly palace of Bixing can protect them? Mu Lin became furious as soon as he mentioned the Tianyuan family. At the same time, he was filled with disdain. The current heavenly palace of Bixing no longer had a Grand Exalt, while the 9 brilliant Star Lords still had the Blood-tier Grand Exalt behind him. Would the First Majesty of the heavenly palace of Bixing dare to oppose the 9 brilliant Star Lord? However, at this moment, Mu Lin's face suddenly changed. His body that was flying at high speed also came to an abrupt halt. He hovered 10,000 meters in the air as he stared ahead with an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent and fury. A white-robed young man sat on a bed of clouds in the hazy sea of clouds before him. Before the young man was a small table completely condensed from clouds. He just sat there leisurely, sipping tea leisurely. Fierce winds whistled through the sky, making the young man's long hair flutter wildly. His white robes ruffled as well, making him seem extremely elegant. Jianchen. Mu Lin's face sank. He stared straight at the white-robed young man who sat on the bed of clouds and sipped tea as if he had been waiting for quite some time. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. Princess Xing and Princess Lan of the Xiandao dynasty are in your hands? Jianchen remained seated. He sipped his tea gently and asked emotionlessly. You're talking about the heavenly body and the innate body of ways, right? Whether or not they're in old man's hands has nothing to do with you, Jianchen. Mu Lin snorted coldly as killing intent shone in his eyes. He showed no weakness at all. It could be said that the eyes of enemies turned red when they saw each other. He hated Jianchen to the bone from the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of the Tianyuan family. Although he had lost to Jianchen in the Tianyuan family, he believed that was because of his carelessness. He had never thought that Jianchen had grasped the laws of space. In reality, he did not fear Jianchen at all. He was confident that he would be no weaker than the traitorous official if he used the laws of space. Princess Xing and Princess Lan are old friends with me. You've gone a little overboard. Jianchen's voice was still calm, but it was filled with coldness. Jianchen, you can't even protect yourself, yet you're still worrying about others. If you have the time, you'd better choose a burial ground for your future. Otherwise, you'll have no place to bury yourself in the future. Your corpse will be exposed in the wilderness, and you'll end up as food for the birds and beasts. Mu Lin sneered. As he spoke, he took out a divine hall and continued, the heavenly body and the innate body of ways are indeed in old man's hands, but what can you do about it? Secretly, Mu Lin had already gathered all the energy in his body and was ready to attack at any time. He was ready to fight Jianchen. Chapter 2648. As soon as Jianchen struck out, it was like 10,000 swords had struck out simultaneously. Resplendent streaks of light shone one after another, blotting out the scorching sun in the sky and causing the surroundings to dim. It was extremely shocking. Swish! The streaks of light moved extremely quickly, surpassing the speed of lightning. They arrived before Mu Lin in a single instance. Perfect. Old man wants to avenge his past humiliation in this battle. Mu Lin shouted, not wanting to be outdone. Vast and surging energy erupted from his body, causing the space to tremble. He also held a long sword in his hand, and as he swung it, 9 dazzling balls of starlight immediately condensed, exuding the might of the world. It seemed to contain the power of the great path. 9 stars emerge. As Mu Lin extended his sword, the 9 balls of starlight immediately shot through the air, moving towards Jianchen in a straight line. This time, Mu Lin used his full strength right from the start, directly using a god-tier battle skill. He did not dare to be careless like last time. Jianchen pushed the 9-star sword of heavenly ways as hard as he could, conjuring 9 illusionary stars as well. They collided with the first ball of starlight and immediately erupted with a deafening boom. The first ball of starlight was shattered by Jianchen's strike. However, the starlight was a god-tier battle skill after all. It was used by a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime like Mu Lin, so it could slightly threaten chaotic primes. As a result, Jianchen's entire right arm became numb when he struck the first ball of starlight. If it were not for his chaotic body, which made his body extremely tough, his entire right arm probably would have been shattered. Jianchen was indifferent. Chaotic force surged within him as he completely unleashed the powerful defenses of the chaotic body. He struck out 9 times with lightning-like speed, using the extreme power of the 9-star sword of heavenly ways on every single strike. He destroyed Mu Lin's god-tier battle skill as the stars in the sky flickered. Jianchen's body was blown back by the violent energy shockwaves. This energy storm was too violent. Even Mu Lin was unable to stabilize his body and was also blown back by the energy shockwave. Falling stars. As he flew backwards, Mu Lin used his god-tier battle skill again. This god-tier battle skill also came from the Star Brilliance Mountain, created by the 9 Brilliance Star Lord. As soon as he used this battle skill, Mu Lin immediately felt as if he had established an obscure connection with an unknown space. Immediately afterwards, the space above his head suddenly split open and a star shrouded in hazy starlight flew out. The star was not large, only around 30 meters in diameter. It was completely unremarkable in the sea of stars, but a terrifying energy was hidden within it. Immediately, a terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings. The appearance of the star seemed to disturb the space there, causing it to become even heavier as if it was about to solidify. The star was not condensed from energy. Instead, it was a true star, a star with extraordinary power. At the same time, the tip of a sword suddenly emerged from space behind Mu Lin, stabbing towards the back of his head silently. However, Mu Lin was already prepared for Jianchen's laws of space. His god artifact armor wrapped around him tightly, protecting him completely. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways only left behind a shallow mark on Mu Lin's god artifact armor. It failed to injure him at all. Mu Lin's battle prowess was indeed much greater than the 9th heavenly layer infinite prime of the 4 symbols alliance that Jianchen had killed. After all, he came from the Star Brilliance Mountain. Whether it was his cultivation method or battle skills, they were not something that regular primordial realm experts could compare to. Humph, Jianchen, the old man lost to you last time because of old man's carelessness. I'd like to see how you defeat the old man in this battle. You even boasted that you wanted to kill the old man. You overestimate yourself. Mu Lin snorted coldly. He connected his mind with the star he had summoned, controlling it to lock onto Jianshan's presence firmly. It was filled with killing intent. As he looked at the star that had emerged from the spatial crack and sensed the spatial pressure in the surroundings, a thought immediately flashed through Jianshan's head. He understood. The God-tier battle skill, Starfall, had been created by the Nine Brilliance Star Lord. It contained the mysteries of the ways of the world. Even though the mysteries were completely different from the laws that Jianshan comprehended, it acted as a catalyst at that moment, triggering Jianshan's way and allowing him to suddenly comprehend. Suddenly, Jianshan raised the nine-star sword of heavenly ways in his hand and swung it gently at the falling star. The strike contained the trajectory of the ways as well as a mysterious power. When he slashed out, the nine-star sword of heavenly ways in his hand had completely vanished, as if it had fused with the world. Crack! Silently, the falling star was directly split in half from the middle. The tremendous energy hidden within immediately leaked out. With a great boom, space collapsed from the explosion. This is impossible. Mu Lin stared blankly at the exploding star. His face was filled with disbelief. Starfall was different from other God-tier battle skills. Instead of calling it a God-tier battle skill, it was better to call it a special secret technique. This was because it was created by the Nine Brilliance Star Lord. Every single star had been refined by the Nine Brilliance Star Lord before fusing into the ways with his supreme might. Even though he was unable to summon the most powerful star with his cultivation as a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime, he could still threaten some weaker chaotic primes. As a result, Mu Lin believed that even though his strike was unable to kill Jianshan, Jianshan would have to pay a price if he wanted to block it. However, in the end, Jianshan had easily destroyed his starfall, and it seemed like he had done it effortlessly. Mu Lin struggled to accept this. Did this not mean that Jianshan's strike already possessed the power to fend off chaotic primes? After destroying Mu Lin's starfall with a single strike, Jianshan did not attack again. He stood where he was in a daze, as if his mind had wandered off somewhere else. The scene of him using the strike remained in his head. The feeling, the comprehension, and the usage of the laws of space and the laws of the sword had made him enter a wondrous state. Before him, Mu Lin was surprised and doubtful. He had been stunned by Jianshan's strike earlier. As he looked at Jianshan, he suddenly felt that Jianshan was unfathomable for some reason. Afterwards, he gritted his teeth and stopped fighting. He turned around and fled, flying towards the Four Symbols Alliance. The laws of the sword and space can actually fuse together like this, Jianshan murmured. His eyes became extremely bright. He looked at the fleeing Mu Lin and slowly raised the nine-star sword of heavenly ways. He gently swung it at Mu Lin from afar. The strike contained the mysteries of the laws of the sword and the laws of space, as well as a trace of the ways of the world. It fused with the ways and fused with the world. When he swung out, the nine-star sword of heavenly ways immediately vanished, as if it had truly fused with space. Chapter 2649. Mu Lin was terrified. He had no idea how many years it had been since he felt such a great sense of danger. Most importantly, the sense of danger came from all directions, making him feel like he had nowhere to hide. Mu Lin's energy surged as his low-quality god artifact armor shone with dazzling light, unleashing its greatest defense. However, in the next moment, intense pain suddenly appeared, causing Mu Lin's face to become extremely pale. When he lowered his head subconsciously, he immediately became frightened out of his wits. His body had actually been split in half, starting from the waist. Even the low-quality god artifact armor he wore had been split in half. Even the low-quality god artifact armor was useless against the attack that had come from nowhere. It had been split in half like a piece of paper. At this moment, only the upper half of Mu Lin's body hovered in the air. The lower half of his body fell down with the other half of the armor. Who launched a sneak attack on Old Man? Mu Lin called out in fright. He had been frightened by the strange attack. Even though he had already realized that it was Jianshan's doing, he refused to believe it. He would rather believe that a chaotic prime had attacked him secretly. So powerful! In the distance, Jianshan was stunned as well. He stared at the two halves of Mu Lin's body as he was greatly shocked. I've actually comprehended such a powerful ability in a single moment of comprehension. However, it's only a single move. I'll call it the Shadowless Lethal Sword, Jianshan murmured to himself. He did not even know whether the move he had comprehended was a god-tier battle skill or a secret technique. Jianshan arrived before Mu Lin silently with the laws of space. He looked at the terrified Mu Lin calmly, but his eyes were filled with heavy killing intent. Sensing Jianshan's killing intent, Mu Lin finally became fearful. However, he put on a tough front and said, Jianshan, Old Man admits that he has underestimated you, but so what if you've defeated Old Man? The Old Man comes from the Star Brilliance plane. He's a part of the 9 Brilliance Star Lords organization. Are you bold enough to kill me? Why wouldn't I? Jianshan snorted coldly. He slowly raised the 9-star sword of heavenly ways as killing intent surged from him. He seemed extremely decisive and fearless. After comprehending the Shadowless Lethal Sword, Jianshan's attacks had multiplied. Mu Lin's damaged god artifact armor had become as fragile as paper in Jianshan's eyes. Don't you dare! Mu Lin put on a tough front. The killing intent from Jianshan was like 10,000-year-old ice. He truly began to feel fear. Even though he was a primordial realm expert, he struggled to maintain his usual composure before the threat of death. Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, please show mercy. He's a subordinate of the 9 Brilliance Star Lord after all. It's fine if you just teach him a lesson, but if you really kill him, it'll be difficult to deal with him. At this moment, an old voice rang out in Jianshan's head. The moment the voice rang out, Jianshan immediately felt a mysterious and powerful power interfere with the surrounding space. It was like a restrictive force had permeated the surroundings, making him feel like he had sunk into mud. His movements became abnormally sluggish. The level of the mysterious power was far, far greater than Jianshan's. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even with the laws of space that Jianshan had grasped, he was unable to stop himself from moving sluggishly. Who are you? Jianshan's face sank and he called out. Old Man, I'm the Gentle Breeze Ancestor, one of the 5 ancestors of the 4 Symbols Alliance. Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, can you give me some face and stop here? The Gentle Breeze Ancestor asked again. 4 Symbols Alliance, I still haven't settled my debts with you, yet you still have the audacity to spare this person? Today, Jianshan, will definitely kill this person. If your 4 Symbols Alliance dares to interfere, I can only go to your headquarters and kill him, Jianshan snorted coldly. He was extremely determined, leaving no room for negotiation. At the same time, a figure flickered beside Jianshan. Su Ran, who watched over the Tianyuan family, had arrived as well. She was emotionless, and there was a sliver of coldness on her face. With a wave of her hand, the invisible restrictive force around Jianshan immediately vanished. Sigh. A drawn-out sigh rang out in the sky. The senses of the Gentle Breeze Ancestor's soul had retreated. Even though he could take Mu Lin away with a flick of his finger with his strength, he did not choose to take action in the end. He had very deep concerns. He did not wish for the 4 Symbols Alliance to offend the Tianyuan family before they had truly become acquainted with the young Star Lord. As a result, they would indirectly offend the heavenly palace of Bisheng. Spurt. Jianshan was extremely decisive. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways in his hand shone with starlight, and he directly swung down. Under Mu Lin's fearful and disbelieving gaze, he beheaded him on the spot. The sharp sword qi directly shattered his soul, wiping it out instantly. Mu Lin is dead. The moment Mu Lin died, in the distant Star Brilliance Plain, on the supreme Star Brilliance Mountain, a deep voice rang out from a majestic divine hall. The renowned 9 brilliant Star Lord sat on the throne on the highest floor of the divine hall. His deep eyes seemed to flicker with endless starlight as he stared into the distance in a daze. It was as if his gaze had already pierced through the endless cosmos and seen the cloud plain that was extremely distant from the star brilliance plain. Everything is on track. Tian Yao, I hope you don't disappoint me, the 9 brilliant Star Lord murmured. The 9 brilliant Star Lord murmured. At that moment, a sliver of coldness suddenly appeared in his eyes. After killing Mu Lin, Jianshan returned to the Tianyuan family with Mu Lin's corpse. He placed Mu Lin's head before Tian Shuang. Tian Shuang's emotions became extremely mixed as she looked at the bloody head and Jianshan's clothes that had clearly become rather disheveled from the battle. She could not help but think about how the God's Fallen clan had approached the Xiandao dynasty for a marriage alliance. She sighed emotionally inside. In the past, Jianshan was only a puny overgod, an insignificant figure that she did not even pay too much attention to. Now, he possessed such great strength. A 9th heavenly layer infinite prime, who was unrivaled in the Xiandao dynasty, had actually been slain by Jianshan personally in such a short amount of time. Tian Shuang struggled to remain calm. Senior Tian Shuang, Princess Xing and Princess Lan are in this divine hall. Jianshan took out the divine hall he had taken from Mu Lin and directly passed it to Tian Shuang. This was a low-quality god artifact. The artifact's spirit had already submitted to Jianshan, so it had shrunk to the size of a fist and lay in Jianshan's hand quietly. Thank you, thank you. Tian Shuang's emotions were mixed as she sighed emotionally. She thanked him repeatedly. She accepted the divine hall from Jianshan and said in a rather self-deprecating manner, "How am I supposed to be your senior now? Jianshan, you should just call me by my name." All right. Jianshan agreed after a moment of hesitation. When he first met Tian Shuang, she was a great primordial realm expert in his eyes. At that time, he did indeed need to refer to her as senior. However, the title of senior did not come with age. Instead, it was a form of address for expert. With his current strength, there was indeed no need for him to continue referring to Tian Shuang as senior. Of course, this did not include people he respected. Chapter 2650. There's no need to worry. The patriarch of our Tian Yuan clan has already fallen out with them. We'll have a great battle with them sooner or later. Jianshan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, telling Tian Shuang not to worry. At this moment, Tian Shuang had already accepted the divine hall from Jianshan. She released Xing and Lan who were trapped in there. After so many years, Xing and Lan had become even more graceful than before. Not only did the two of them possess special constitutions like the heavenly Yin body and the innate body of Ways, but their appearances were so beautiful that they outshone the moon. Their extraordinary birth had allowed them to possess a noble bearing, making people want to conquer them. However, at this moment, their faces were completely pale. Their eyes were filled with despair, sorrow, and anger. They had been taken away by Mu Lin and the bird, and they had watched helplessly as the two ancestors of the Xiandao dynasty died, as well as their father who was heavily injured and drowned in the ruins. All of this was like a brand, deeply engraved into the depths of their minds. It was difficult for them to accept such a great change since they had never experienced it before. The empty eyes of Xing and Lan who had just been released from the divine hall subconsciously swiveled around. They immediately saw Tian Shuang before them, and a sliver of light finally appeared in their ashen eyes. Ancestor! Xing and Lan cried out sorrowfully at the same time. Their voices were filled with sobs as they each hugged one of Tian Shuang's arms. Tears constantly flowed down their faces as their entire bodies trembled gently. Xing Lan don't be afraid. You're safe now. Jianshan saved you. Tian Shuang looked at Xing and Lan lovingly. She said softly, Xing Lan why don't you thank young Master Jianshan? Xing and Lan raised their heads and looked around. They saw the bloody head nearby with a single glance, and their eyes immediately became filled with overwhelming hatred. A moment later, they turned their gazes towards Jianchen and thanked him in unison. Their moods were low and sorrowful. "Ancestor, who is this person? Just what grievances does our Xiandao dynasty have with him? Why has he come to destroy our Xiandao dynasty?" Xing Er stared at Mu Lin's head in hatred as she said through gritted teeth. "He has no grievances with your Xiandao dynasty. I'm guessing that it's probably because your Xiandao dynasty belongs to the Righteous Alliance, which is why he acted against the Xiandao dynasty," Jianchen replied. Jianchen knew very well that Mu Lin valued Princess Xing Er and Princess Lan Er's special constitutions. Destroying the Xiandao dynasty was probably just a matter of convenience. However, in order to not burden Xing Er and Lan Er, he pushed the blame onto the Righteous Alliance. Otherwise, if Xing Er and Lan Er learnt that the disaster of the Xiandao dynasty was actually caused by the two of them, they probably would never be able to forgive themselves. They would sink into deep pain and self-blame. As long as I'm still around, the Xiandao dynasty won't be destroyed. The experience this time is just a trial that the Xiandao dynasty has gone through as it grows stronger over the countless years. Xing Er, Lan Er, stay with the Tianyuan family for now. I'm going back to the Xiandao dynasty to check on it, Tian Shuang said. She had completely calmed down now, recovering her bearing as the ancestor of the Xiandao dynasty. With that, she left the Tianyuan family alone, returning to the Xiandao dynasty through the disk of heavenly ways. At the same time, the 5 ancestors who represented the highest will of the Four Symbols Alliance gathered in the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance. Mu Lin is already dead. We can't hide this news at all. He's the only protector the young Star Lord brought from the Star Brilliance plane. His death will probably agitate the young Star Lord. Gentle Breeze, we can clearly save Mu Lin, but you won't let us. Is that really the right thing to do? Gong Ji of the 5 ancestors asked. Clearly, there was some doubt in her voice. If we don't do anything, we can remain uninvolved, but once we do, we'll really be dragged into it. Right now, it seems like the young Star Lord is still on our side, but in reality, we haven't truly tied ourselves to the tremendous organization that is the Star Brilliance Mountain. As a result, we can't do anything. Once we offend Jianchen, it'll be equivalent to offending the heavenly palace of Bisheng, the Gentle Breeze ancestor said sternly. He was filled with worries. Gentle Breeze, you're far too timid. Have you ever considered whether the young Star Lord will resent us and leave us if we continue to treat him half-heartedly and refuse to truly work for him? I know you're thinking for the Alliance. You want to rope in the young Star Lord to the Star Brilliance Mountain, but you don't want to offend the heavenly palace of Bisheng. However, if you don't pay a certain price, how will you receive anything in return? Wu Lu of the 5 ancestors spoke eloquently. He clearly disagreed with the Gentle Breeze ancestors' point of view. Gentle Breeze, I had the same opinion as you in the beginning. I only wanted to rope in the young Star Lord and avoid offending the Tianyuan family and the heavenly palace of Bisheng. However, with the development of the situation, I gradually understand that there is no perfect solution in this world. In this matter, I think it's time for us to make a choice. If we continue to be timid, I'm afraid that we will end up going for wool and coming home shorn. Then, the gains will not make up for the losses. Gong Ji said in a low voice. On this matter, her opinion was the same as Wu Lu's. On this day, the ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance began to argue for the first time since the alliance had been established. In the end, the highest meeting of the Four Symbols Alliance ended unhappily. What? Mu Lin is dead? He was personally killed by Jianchen? Before long, the young Star Lord learnt about Mu Lin's death in a luxurious hall in the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance. He immediately flew into a rage. All right. Jianchen, I swear that I will never forgive you for killing my people. As long as I don't kill you, I won't return to the Star Brilliance Mountain. the young Star Lord said through gritted teeth as his face darkened from anger. At this moment, his killing intent and resentment towards Jianchen had reached a point of no return. Ever since he started his career, he had never hated someone so much, nor had he ever hated someone so much. Young Star-Lord, if you want to deal with the Tianyuan family, I can assist you. At this moment, an aged voice came from outside. A white-haired old woman walked in unhurriedly from outside. She was one of the 5 ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance, Gongji. Me too. Immediately after, Wu Lu's figure appeared abruptly. They were 2 of the 5 ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance. Chapter 2651. You're willing to take action? The young Star Lord did not rejoice when he heard that. Instead, he frowned. He had already understood that the Four Symbols Alliance had always been patronizing him about the Tianyuan family. As a result, he disliked the ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance very much. As a matter of fact, he had already developed some disgust towards them. Gong Ji and Wu Lu arrived before the young Star Lord. The 2 of them behaved extremely normally, without putting on any airs at all. Gentle Breeze is far too timid. He's always worried that if we take action, we'll start a war with the Righteous Alliance. However, I don't think they have the courage to do that with the young Star Lord watching over them, said Gong Ji. You can't blame Gentle Breeze entirely for this. He's just looking at the bigger picture. After all, our Four Symbols Alliance is indeed not the opponent of the Righteous Alliance with our current strength, said Wu Lu. Wu Lu spoke up for Gentle Breeze. Although the 5 of them had differing opinions on the matter of the Tianyuan clan, it was still for the sake of the alliance in the end. Moreover, the Gentle Breeze ancestor possessed quite the prestige in the Four Symbols Alliance. Young Star Lord, you must know that the Tianyuan family has the backing of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, and the strength of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing is not something our Four Symbols Alliance can stop. We can destroy the Tianyuan family, but you have to deal with the threat from the Heavenly Palace of Bishing first, said Wu Lu. He seemed to sense that the young Star Lord was displeased with the Four Symbols Alliance, so he directly laid his cards on the table. That's right. Without the threat of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing and the Righteous Alliance, we can destroy the measly Tianyuan family with a wave of our hand, said Gong Ji coldly, as if she did not take the Tianyuan family seriously at all. All right. If that's the case, I'll give you a promise. I'll protect you from now on. If the people of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing make trouble for you, I'll step forward. The current Heavenly Palace of Bishing is only supported by the First Majesty alone. Do they really think they're the same as they were in the past? Moreover, the First Majesty has fallen out with the heaven-splitting ancestor. If the Heavenly Palace of Bishing falls out with our Star Brilliance Mountain at a time like this, they'll just be digging their own graves, said the young Star Lord coldly. As for the Righteous Alliance, you don't have to worry at all. Once I'm done with my training, I can send experts from the Star Brilliance plane to destroy them at any time. The young Star Lord was extremely arrogant. However, he did possess the ability to do so. On the Star Brilliance plane, the 9 Brilliant Star Lord was the supreme ruler. The entire Star Brilliance plane was not completely under the 9 Brilliant Star Lord's rule, but it was close. As the only son of the 9 Brilliant Star Lord, the young Star Lord's influence was not to be underestimated. We don't have to worry now that the young Star Lord has said that. Gong Ji and Wu Lu seemed to have finally let go of a large stone. They couldn't help but reveal a relaxed smile on their faces. In reality, there were very few people who were willing to rely on others at their level of cultivation. However, the threat from the Righteous Alliance forced the Four Symbols Alliance to seek support. Otherwise, even if they did not offend the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, once the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak broke through and reached a whole new level of cultivation, it would be the end of their Four Symbols Alliance. Tomorrow morning, the 2 of you will come with me to destroy the Tianyuan family. I want to capture Shangguan Mu alive and make her serve me obediently. As for Jianchen, I want to cut him to pieces. The young Star Lord sneered evilly. The two of us will naturally assist the young Star Lord in destroying the Tianyuan family. We have to be quick so that the Righteous Alliance can't send reinforcements, said Gongji. Young Master, someone has sent a letter. They specifically want the young Star Lord to open it personally. At this moment, an attendant came in with a report. Afterwards, a guard walked in politely with a letter in his hand. Hold on. It might be a trap. Gongji and Wu Lu's faces changed. Before the young Star Lord could take the letter, they extended their hands and grabbed it from afar. They sealed it with layers of powerful energy and called out, "Barely anyone knows about the young Star Lord's identity right now. How did the person who sent the letter know about the young Star Lord? Moreover, they clearly know that he's in our Four Symbols Alliance. We have to be cautious. They're as cowardly as a mouse. Who would dare to target me in the Saints' world?" The young Star Lord called out. He was extremely conceited. There's no trace at all. There's no presence at all. Who sent the letter? Gongji and Wu Lu thought. They carefully inspected the letter. After confirming that there were no problems, they could only pass it to the young Star Lord. The letter was sealed in an envelope made from the hide of a divine beast. The young Star Lord opened the envelope and took out an ancient beast hide. The beast hide was as thin as paper and extremely tough. However, it was indeed blank. There was no writing at all. A mental imprint, the young Star Lord murmured. He was knowledgeable, so he could tell with a single glance that there was a mental imprint in the beast hide. The mental imprint was like a primer. As long as the person recognized by the mental imprint touched it with the senses of their soul, they would establish a connection with the owner of the mental imprint. They would be able to communicate with the owner of the mental imprint from far away. On the other hand, if the owner of the mental imprint touched it with the senses of the soul, it would be completely ineffective. The young Star Lord was interested. He released the senses of his soul without any hesitation at all and connected with the mental imprint on the beast hide. Can you tell who left behind the mental imprint? Is it one of the people we know? Wu Lu asked Gongji secretly. The person who left behind the mental imprint purposefully concealed it, so I can't tell. Gongji shook her head gently as the light in her eyes flickered. She was unsure. Very soon, the young Star Lord opened his eyes. His lips curled into a strange smile as he murmured, "I never thought it would be like this. Interesting, interesting. Young Star Lord, may I ask who left behind the mental imprint?" Gongji asked. "You know this person as well. He's called Luomantion," said the young Star Lord. "What? Luomantion?" Hearing this, Gongji and Wu Lu were shocked. However, their hearts sank soon afterward. They became rather worried. Luomantion had actually begun to contact the young Star Lord. Had the Righteous Alliance begun to rope in the young Star Lord as well? This was bad news to them. This was because they knew extremely well that the relationship between the Tianyuan family and the Righteous Alliance was not particularly deep. The reason why they had said that was to force the young Star Lord to their side so that they could stop the young Star Lord from joining the Righteous Alliance. Chapter 26:52. Wu Lu and Gongji looked at each other when they saw how confident the young Star Lord was. They both frowned. They seemed to have guessed something. On the extremely distant desolate plain, the disturbance caused by Jianchen had completely settled down. Even after so many years, many people on the desolate plain still could not forget Jianchen's name. However, very few people mentioned him anymore. Only an extremely huge crater remained, proving just how shocking of a matter Jianchen had done on the desolate plain in the past. Naturally, the huge crater had been created by Jianchen using the essence blood of the 8 experts underground. However, compared to before, the crater was clearly much smaller. It was being filled up bit by the warriors from the various forces in the barren state. It was believed that it would not be long before this place returned to its original state. The celestial sword saint spent most of his time in seclusion in the Sword God Mountains, ignoring the matters of the world. He was extremely aloof, sitting firmly as the greatest expert on the desolate plain. The various peak organizations constantly competed both openly and covertly. It seemed like the current desolate plain was no different from before Jianshan's arrival. Of course, this was only on the surface. If someone paid attention, they would be able to clearly sense that the entire situation on the desolate plain had undergone an overwhelming change. This was because the Radiant Saint Hall, which originally only ranked towards the middle of the peak organizations on the desolate plain, now showed signs of unifying the entire desolate plain. All of this was because of the protector swords in the Radiant Saint Hall. At this moment, one of the wielders of the protector swords, Han Xian, sat on the top of the soaring cloud's peak within the Radiant Saint Hall. He faced a cliff as he stared at the sea of people in the distance in a daze. Behind Han Xian stood a scholarly, middle-aged man. He possessed an extraordinary bearing and was an infinite prime. He gave off the bearing of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He gave off a dignified aura. However, right now, he was smiling as he stood behind Han Xian rather cautiously. He said a few things carefully, and there was some awkwardness in his voice. Han Xian, I know you have a lot of opinions about the family, but no matter what, the blood of the Han family flows in your veins. The two old ancestors of the family talk about you every day. They say that you, Han Xian, are the greatest pride of the Han family. All the elders in the family are proud of you, Han Xian. Han Xian, right now, everyone in the family, from the two ancestors to the children who haven't yet matured, is thinking about you all the time. Do you think you should take some time? Take some time to go back and take a look? This scholarly middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Han family. He had an extremely high status in the Han family, but at this moment, he appeared very cautious in front of Han Xian. He even spoke softly and with a hint of flattery, as if he was afraid that he would offend Han Xian in some way. Han Xian remained silent as he sat on the edge of the cliff. He stared at the clouds in a daze, completely unaffected. However, he sighed inside and thought, if I hadn't obtained the protector swords, I wonder what I would be like right now. Han Xian glanced down. He was at the foot of the soaring cloud's peak, but at this moment, many peak lords had gathered there. There were even two elders. These people had all come to visit him. They all waited quietly at the foot of the mountain. Without his summons, even the two elders dared not take a single step onto the soaring cloud's peak. Boom! At this moment, the sound of a bell rang out from the sacred hall in the clouds, echoing through the entire Radiant Saint Hall. This was the signal to gather all the upper echelon of the Radiant Saint Hall. Teacher! A white figure flew out from a cave halfway up the soaring cloud's peak and arrived before Han Xian quickly. She was Baiyu. She wore the white robes that symbolized Radiant Saint Masters. She stood there gracefully with an extraordinary bearing. An extremely terrifying power seemed to be lurking around her. This was the power of the fourth protector sword, Cliffscraper's sword. So it's junior sister Baiyu. It's been a while, and you've become more and more beautiful. The patriarch of the Han family smiled and greeted Baiyu politely. Baiyu frowned and subconsciously took a step away from the patriarch of the Han family. She seemed to be extremely uncomfortable with the title of junior sister Baiyu. Baiyu, let's go. Han Xian stood up. He ignored the patriarch of the Han family and called out to Baiyu before taking off with her, directly flying towards the sacred hall. As wielders of protector swords, Baiyu and Han Xian possessed extremely esteemed statuses in the Radiant Saint Hall. They could enter and leave the sacred hall and the Tower of Radiance freely long ago. Even the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall did not have the authority to restrict the protectors. However, the two of them were already accustomed to living on the soaring cloud's peak. As a result, even after becoming protectors, they still treated the soaring clouds peak as their residence. They rarely went to the sacred hall. At the same time, the two elders who waited at the foot of the soaring clouds peak flew towards the sacred hall as well. Before long, the sacred hall that stood at the end of the sea of clouds was filled with people. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, the 8 vice-leaders, the wielders of protector swords, Han Xian, Bai Yu, Xian Ming, Donglin Yen Shui, Gong Sunji, and the various elders had all gathered there. Gong Sunji, why have you rung the bell to gather everyone? The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, sat at the very front and asked Gong Sunji. Gong Sunji stood with his arms behind his back. He looked around and glanced past the 8 vice-leaders and the various elders. He said, I've already found Jianshan's whereabouts. He's currently hiding in the southern region of the Cloud Plain, in a place called the Tianyuan family. Jianshan, the thief, snuck into our Radiant Saint Hall under the alias of Yang Yutian and stole our greatest legacy, the method of the Exalted Saint. Now it's time for us to take it back. Gong Sunji, don't slander me. My senior brother is not a thief. He snuck into our Radiant Saint Hall under an alias because he has the Anata Tower on him. All the peak experts of the Saints' world want that. As for the method of the Exalted Saint, why don't you think about it carefully? Why can't anyone else obtain it but my senior brother? That just shows that the method of the Exalted Saint is fated with my senior brother, Bai Yu rebutted forcefully as soon as Gong Sun Ji finished speaking. They were all protectors, but they were unable to harm each other at all because the protector swords did not allow it. As a result, none of them feared each other. Chapter 26:53. Gong Sun Ji snorted coldly. He glared at Bai Yu and Donglin Yen Shui. This legacy was left behind by my ancestor. Even if it's passed down, it should be passed down to the descendant. Jianshan is an outsider, and he's a member of the martial soul lineage. How can he obtain my ancestor's legacy? Moreover, my ancestor's legacy had already chosen me back in the Tower of Radiance. It was Jianshan who forcefully stole it, taking away the method of the Exalted Saint. Otherwise, the method of the Exalted Saint would have ended up in my hands long ago. Gong Sun Ji looked at the several dozen elders gathered there and said, Tell me, is Jianshan a thief or not? Is there even a need to ask? The facts are right before our eyes. Jianshan is obviously a thief, an elder said as soon as Gong Sun Ji finished speaking. Most importantly, Jianshan is a member of the martial soul lineage. The supreme cultivation method of our Radiant Saint Hall can't end up in the hands of the martial soul lineage. We have to retrieve the Grand Exalt's legacy. A few elders below all spoke out. At least half of the several dozen elders present spoke out, condemning Jianshan. Gong Sun Ji could not help but smile complacently when he saw so many people stand on his side. Ever since he gained a protector's sword and learnt that he was a Grand Exalt, his ambition began to swell. In the past few years, Han Xian and Bai Yu cultivated in seclusion on the soaring clouds peak, while he moved around the sacred hall, secretly developing his organization with his special identity as a protector. Basically half of all the elders of the Radiant Saint Hall stood on his side now. As a result, the elders immediately supported him as soon as he expressed his stance. Bai Yu and Donglin Yen Shui paled in anger when they saw so many elders stand out to condemn Jianshan, but there was nothing they could do. After all, these elders were all their seniors. They were respected and revered in the Radiant Saint Hall, so they felt powerless before so many elders. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, sat on the throne as he watched this scene calmly. He said nothing, nor did he express any opinion. Cough, cough. A soft cough sounded, and the noisy hall immediately quieted down. A vice-leader at the head of the table stood up and said, Since we know where Jianshan is, I believe we must take back the method of the Exalted Saint. After saying that, the vice-palace master cupped his hands towards Yu Chen, who was sitting on the throne, and said, What does your highness think? Immediately, everyone in the hall looked at the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. Whether the Radiant Saint Hall would deal with Jianqin and take back the method of the Exalted Saint would all depend on the leader. After all, the leader was the person with the greatest authority in the Radiant Saint Hall. He was the one who made the decisions. Even the protectors with protector swords could not compare to him in this aspect. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Qin, remained calm. He glanced at Gongsun Ji deeply before glancing past Bai Yu, Donglin Yen Shui, Han Xian, Xian Ming, and Xian Zhan. He said, "What do you think? Why don't you tell me what you think? After all, you're all protectors of the Radiant Saint Hall." Donglin Yen Shui and Bai Yu immediately objected when they heard the leader's question. "It doesn't matter if he's Yang Yutian or Jianqin. He was my disciple in the past, after all, the disciple I was most proud of. If you want to target him, I, Han Xian, will not agree." Han Xian also expressed his opinion. 3 of the 6 protectors had already expressed their opinions. They all objected to targeting Jianqin. Gongsun Ji snorted coldly. He glanced at Han Xian, Bai Yu, and Donglin Yenshui coldly before turning around with his arms crossed. He was not surprised by this outcome. He hated Han Xian, Bai Yu, and Donglin Yenshui to the core. The vice leaders and elders of the Radiant Saint Hall all looked at Xian Zhan and Xian Ming. Without a doubt, Gongsun Ji wanted the method of the Exalted Saint back the most. Out of the 6 protectors, only Xian Zhan and Xian Ming had not expressed their opinion. When Xian Ming sensed the gazes of the crowd, he pondered for a moment before saying, "I will listen to my father. My father's opinion is my opinion." After saying that, Xian Ming shut his mouth and stood quietly to the side. Vice Leader Xian Zhan, the method of the Exalted Saint is the greatest legacy of our Radiant Saint Hall. We can't let it end up in the hands of the martial soul lineage, or it'll become a huge problem in the future. Our Radiant Saint Hall might even be destroyed because of it, said Gongsun Ji. The opinions of the other wielders would influence the leader's final decision, so before Xian Zhan could say anything, he spoke first in an attempt to convince Xian Zhan to stand on his side. Xian Zhan fell silent. After a while of thought, he said, "Gongsun Ji, may I ask how you've progressed with the secret techniques you obtained from the legacy?" Gongsun Ji frowned when he heard that. He felt disdain. He thought Xian Zhan was threatening him, forcing him to tell him the method to practice the secret technique. Otherwise, he would not speak up for him. All the ancient secret techniques and battle skills recorded in the legacy are extremely strange. To be honest, I haven't comprehended a single one of them ever since I obtained them. As a result, if you want to practice these ancient and powerful secret techniques, you need the method of the Exalted Saint. Without the method of the Exalted Saint, these secret techniques are useless. Gongsun Ji stared straight at Xian Zhan. Although Xian Zhan was not only a wielder of a protector sword, but he was also the leader of the 8 vice leaders, he did not show any respect at all. Instead, he began to despise Xian Zhan from the bottom of his heart because of what Xian Zhan had said. Of course, if Vice Leader Xian Zhan is interested in these secret techniques, or if you don't believe me, I'm willing to announce some of the secret techniques so that everyone here can verify their authenticity. There's no need. Xian Zhan waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in the things in the legacy. I just want to confirm some of my guesses. Now I've basically confirmed my guesses." Xian Zhan paused. He looked at the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Qin, and said, "Leader, I don't think this matter is that simple. We still need some time to investigate properly. We have to get to the bottom of this." "What's there to investigate? It's so simple, so what's there to investigate?" Gongsun Ji was furious. He immediately bellowed out. Xian Zhan's attitude meant that aside from him, all the other protectors stood on Jianqin's side. While Gongsun Ji was furious, he also felt extremely confused. It was understandable that Bai Yu, Donglin, Yen Shui, and Han Xian supported Jianqin. After all, they had some ties with Jianchen in the first place. What he truly could not understand was Xianzhan's decision. "All right, stop arguing," the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall said calmly. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall said. He sat on the throne calmly and seemed dignified. "Jianchen has actually obtained a portion of the legacy. This is strange. Let me communicate with the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance first. I'll make a decision after I understand the situation." The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance has already fallen into a slumber again. If it still refuses to wake up, just how long do we have to wait? Gongsun Ji called out. He was extremely unwilling to accept this as his face darkened. Perhaps it will wake up very soon. Yu Chen glanced at Gongsun Ji deeply as he became even more dissatisfied with Gongsun Ji. That's all for today's meeting. You can all disperse. Yu Chen dismissed the meeting and immediately stood up to leave. Chapter 2654. How dare you? Gongsun Ji, please watch your mouth. Omega C? C? Exempt? D? Xianzhan immediately became furious when he heard Gongsun Ji's words. He bellowed out, and the terrifying sound waves caused the entire sacred hall to rumble. All the elders gathered in the sacred hall lost their hearing from Xianzhan's bellow as their souls trembled. A layer of dazzling white light rose up from Gongsun Ji. The power of the protector swords automatically protected Gongsun Ji. The protector swords of Han Exan, Bai Yu, Donglin, Yan Shui, and Xianming were automatically activated as well. So powerful. Xianzhan's cultivation is probably extremely close to Grand Prime. The eyes of the 7 other vice leaders all narrowed as they became fearful of Xianzhan. Yu Chen paused when he was about to leave. He turned around and looked at Gongsun Ji calmly. He said, "Gongsun Ji, why don't you tell me what intentions I have?" Gongsun Ji did not reply. He glanced past the vice leaders and all the elders below and said slowly, "I believe that Yu Chen is completely unsuitable for the position of leader. The position of leader of the Radiant Saint Hall should be filled with someone else." The moment Gongsun Ji finished speaking, the entire sacred hall was thrown into an uproar. Many elders of the sacred hall paled and cried out in alarm. Even the 8 vice hall masters were no longer calm. Gongsun Ji was publicly opposing the leader with what he had just said. This was a rebellion in any organization or clan. It was a great crime. For a moment, Gongsun Ji's words shocked everyone in the sacred hall. The only person who remained calm was the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, who was being questioned. "But Gongsun Ji, do you know what you're saying? Gongsun Ji, you're going against your superiors. It's a crime punishable by death. Why don't you kneel, kowtow and admit your wrongs and beg for the leader's forgiveness?" Immediately, 2 vice leaders called out. Their faces were ashen as they were furious. Below, some of the elders from the sacred hall were also criticizing Gongsun Ji. However, these elders only made up a small portion of all the elders gathered there. Most of them chose to remain silent, and a small portion of them even glanced back and forth between Yu Chen and Gongsun Ji. The light in their eyes flickered as if they were weighing something. Death penalty? Lenient punishment? Ha 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 ha. Gongsun Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter reverberated throughout the sacred palace, sounding particularly jarring to the ears. My ancestor was the supreme Grand Exalt of the Radiant Saint Hall. I am a descendant of the Grand Exalt. Even the Tower of Radiance in the Radiant Saint Hall was left behind by my ancestor. Moreover, I am the wielder of the strongest of the 9 protector swords, Godslayer's sword. Is there anyone in the Radiant Saint Hall who can punish me? Who has the right to judge me? Gongsun Ji's voice was extremely arrogant. He thought highly of himself, completely looking down on the upper echelon of the Radiant Saint Hall, including the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. Gongsun Ji. Xianzhan bellowed out furiously and leapt to his feet. He glared at Gong Sun-ji as killing intent surged in his eyes. A powerful presence erupted from his body. However, Gong Sun-ji remained fearless as he faced Xianzhan, who was also the wielder of a protector sword and the leader of the 8 vice leaders. He looked at Xianzhan with provocation and disdain and said, "What? Vice leader Xianzhan wants to lay his hands on me? I really do want to see whether your sword of enlightenment, which is ranked last, is enough to fend off my Godslayer's sword, which is ranked first." Xianzhan. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall stopped Xianzhan, who was becoming more and more agitated. He remained composed as if he was not angered by Gong Sun-ji's words at all. Instead, he stared at Gong Sun-ji calmly and said, "Gong Sun-ji, since you say that I don't have the right to be the leader, who do you think has the right?" The discussion hall immediately fell silent when the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall said that. Even the drop of a pin could be heard. Is there even a need to ask? The Radiant Saint Hall has actually been passed down from my ancestor's generation. My ancestor is the true supreme figure of the Radiant Saint Hall, while I, Gong Sun-ji, am the only descendant of my ancestor. Moreover, I will be the undisputed master of the Tower of Radiance in the future. I believe you all know who's more suitable for this position, Gong Sun-ji boasted shamelessly. He did not hide anything at all. This was because ever since he became the wielder of Godslayer's sword, he had always coveted the position of leader. Now that he had finally found an opportunity, he naturally would not hesitate at all. This was because he had been waiting for this day for far too long. Many of the elders in the Radiant Saint Hall fell silent when they heard that. They were unable to refute him. As the descendant of the Grand Exalt, the wielder of Godslayer's sword, and the future master of the Tower of Radiance, Gong Sun-ji could not be underestimated. Although the Tower of Radiance still had not accepted a master, the elders were certain that the Tower of Radiance would end up in Gong Sun-ji's hands sooner or later. This was because the master of the Tower of Radiance was Gong Sun-ji's ancestor. As the only descendant of the Grand Exalt that had been discovered so far, there was indeed no one more suitable to inherit the Tower of Radiance than him. This was evident from the fact that he had obtained Godslayer's sword. Clearly, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance had taken special care of him. In terms of strength, Gong Sun-ji is indeed no weaker than regular Grand Primes after inheriting Godslayer's sword. As a matter of fact, he might even surpass them. At this moment, an elder murmured in the discussion hall. S3. Although his voice was soft, the people gathered here were all people with high cultivation realms. Every single word was heard clearly and without missing a single word. Xianzhan snorted coldly. His gaze became as sharp as a sword as he suddenly glanced past an elder in the crowd. He directly took a step forward. "Vice Leader Xianzhan, what do you want? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your cultivation is great? Why don't you take a look at where you are?" Gong Sun-ji directly drew his protector sword. Enveloped by dazzling light, he blocked Xianzhan in a flash. "Gong Sun-ji, you're rebelling. You need to think carefully about whether you're suitable for this position with your current cultivation. After all, you're only a divine king of radiance. If you don't have a protector sword, you don't even have the right to set foot in this hall. It'll be difficult for you to lead the crowd," Xianzhan said coldly. "It'll be difficult for me to lead the crowd?" Gong Sun-ji sneered. He glanced below and said, "Since Vice Leader Xianzhan says it'll be difficult for me to lead the crowd, I'd like to know whether there's anyone who supports me and how many people support me for this position. Now, please stand by my side." Immediately, the elders in the discussion hall began to move. After a moment of hesitation and consideration, people began to stand behind Gong Sun-ji one after another. Gradually, more and more elders gathered. In the end, more than half of them actually stood behind Gong Sun-ji. Chapter 2655. At this moment, the remaining half of the elders were very surprised to see so many people supporting Gongsun-ji. Their beliefs could not help but waver. In the end, another group of people actually stood behind Gongsun-ji. With that, 60% of the elders supported Gongsun-ji. Sigh, Gongsun-ji is a descendant of a grand exalt after all, a vice leader suddenly sighed gently. He stood up slowly and arrived beside Gongsun-ji. With Gongsun-ji's identity and status, I have no objections if he wants to rule over the Radiant Saint Hall, said another vice leader. Although he didn't side with Gongsun-ji, his words made it clear that he supported Gongsun-ji. Gongsun-ji wields the most powerful protector sword. I believe that as his strength rapidly increases in the future, the power of the protector sword he can unleash will increase as well. I believe the Radiant Saint Hall will become more and more powerful under Gongsun-ji's lead, said a third vice leader. He also stood on Gongsun-ji's side. Immediately, the discussion hall sank into silence again. The atmosphere was rather strange. More than 60% of the elders and 3 vice leaders had actually chosen to support Gongsun-ji. Many people were caught off guard by this outcome. They struggled to accept it. Even Xianzhan was momentarily at a loss for words. He had never thought that Gongsun-ji would possess such great power in the Radiant Saint Hall unknowingly. Leader Yu Chen, I, Gongsun-ji, formally challenge you. If you can defeat me, I will never mention the position of leader again, Gongsun-ji called out. Gongsun-ji shouted. His face was already flushed red from the excitement and surging emotions. He appeared particularly excited. Even though the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, was the only Grand Prime in the Radiant Saint Hall, Gongsun-ji possessed a protector sword. He did not fear Yu Chen at all. S3. The sacred hall was thrown into an uproar. Someone had actually dared to publicly challenge the leader. This was unprecedented in the history of the Radiant Saint Hall. This was because the leader was the greatest ruler of the Radiant Saint Hall. He could mobilize all the power in the Radiant Saint Hall. He was the person with the greatest authority in the Radiant Saint Hall. Challenging the leader was standing on the opposing side of the leader. The outcome would not be good. It would be extremely tragic. However, in the next moment, everyone discovered to their dismay that no one in the Radiant Saint Hall could control Gongsun-ji anymore. Ignoring his status as a grand exalt, just being the wielder of a protector sword was enough to make him invincible. Gongsun-ji, if you want to challenge the hall master, you have to go through us first. Gongsun-ji, if you have the ability, don't use the Guardian Sword's power. Bai Yu and Donglin Yan Shui stepped forward at the same time. Their protector swords flickered, enveloping them with holy light as they faced off against Gongsun-ji. Gongsun-ji, you should stop. Many of us won't *CK you if you sit on the Hall Master's throne, because you lack the prestige to make people believe in you. Han Xian also spoke, trying to persuade Gongsun-ji. You want to stop me? Gongsun-ji's eyes flashed with cold light. His killing intent was undisguised. Bai Yu, Donglin, and Yan Shui didn't back down either. They were determined to stop Gongsun-ji with their lives. The protectors of the Radiant Saint Hall immediately began to clash their weapons. They seemed like they would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Even though they were unable to do anything to each other, their presence was no weaker than anyone else's. Stop! Just when the J protectors were about to draw their swords, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, bellowed out, stopping the J protectors who were about to fight at any time. He said with a heavy voice, "The protector swords are the greatest power of our Radiant Saint Hall. Today, the reason why our Radiant Saint Hall has such a grand and lofty status on the cloud plane is all because of the existence of the protector sword. As the wielder of the protector swords, you J people should unite together and not fight with each other. Otherwise, it will be our Radiant Saint Hall's greatest loss." Yu Chen said forcefully. His body was full of righteousness and holy light. At this moment, he looked so tall and mighty, so noble and noble. Gongsun-ji. Yu Qin looked at Gongsun-ji. His eyes shone brightly as he said with a carefree bearing, "Since you want the position of leader so much, I, Yu Qin, will officially step down from my position as leader. From today onwards, I will no longer be the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall." Yu Qin's words were shocking. His decision immediately led to an uproar in the sacred hall. No one could remain calm. Although a portion of people supported Gongsun-ji to become leader, the elders who supported Gongsun-ji were still shocked when Yu Qin actually announced that he was stepping down. Some of them even began to question themselves. Had they really done the right thing? "Leader, you can't," Xianzhan and the other vice-leaders all cried out as they tried their best to persuade Yu Qin. Yu Qin raised his hand to stop them. He said righteously, "I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more. As long as the Radiant Saint Hall becomes more and more powerful, anyone can take the position of leader. Gongsun-ji, I hope the Radiant Saint Hall will become more and more powerful under your lead." With that, Yu Qin drifted away. He left in an extremely crisp manner. He did not show any reluctance towards the position of leader. Instead, he felt like he had been freed. "Brother Yu Qin," Xianzhan immediately chased after him. "Hallmaster S3, leader." Behind him, the sorrowful, indignant voices of the elders rang out. A few of them followed closely behind him. Gongsun-ji smiled victoriously within the majestic sacred hall. He looked at the throne that represented the supreme position in the Radiant Saint Hall. His eyes were filled with desire, as well as undisguised excitement. Bai Yu, Han Xian, Donglin Yanshui, and Xian Ming, the four protectors with protector swords, all remained silent. They were powerless to change anything now that things had developed to this point. I never thought that Gongsun-ji would have already roped in so many members of the upper echelon. It's the decision of the elders and the three vice-leaders. The leader left because he didn't want to see the Radiant Saint Hall collapse under his hands, so he could only abdicate prematurely, Xian Ming said to Donglin Yanshui, Han Xian, and Bai Yu secretly. His voice was filled with powerlessness. Several tens of thousand kilometers away from the Radiant Saint Hall, the white-robed Yu Qin and Xianzhan stood before each other on the peak of a mountain that reached into the clouds. Yu Qin, who had just stepped down from his position as leader, was at ease. However, Xianzhan, who stood before him, was heavy-hearted. "Brother Yu Qin, why do you have to do this?" Xianzhan looked at Yu Qin deeply and sighed. Yu Qin stood with his hands behind his back as he gazed in the direction of the Radiant Saint Hall. A sliver of warmth appeared in his eyes. He felt like a child looking at his mother. It was filled with warmth and an indescribable feeling. The Radiant Saint Hall is my home. As long as this home exists, it doesn't matter who the leader is. Gongsun-ji became unwilling to remain ordinary after obtaining the protector sword. He became extremely ambitious. I could tell that he had set his eyes on this position a long time ago, so everything that happened today was within my expectations. If I didn't abdicate the position, the Radiant Saint Hall would be unable to avoid internal strife. If the situation worsens, the entire Radiant Saint Hall might even collapse, splitting into two. It would no longer be complete. I definitely do not wish to see that happen. Yu Qin looked at Xianzhan calmly. He was not affected by the loss of his position as leader at all. It was as if he no longer cared about fame and authority. Right now, the Radiant Saint Hall is in a rare state of prosperity, so we need to unite even more. Only by uniting can we become powerful. At a time like this, we can't allow anything to happen internally, let alone internal strife. Xianzhan, I hope you can understand this. Brother Yu Qin, Xianzhan felt bitter inside. He had no idea what to say. Was there anyone in the Radiant Saint Hall who was as selfless as Yu Qin, working wholeheartedly for the strength of the Radiant Saint Hall, even going as far as to give up his position as leader to prevent internal strife in the Radiant Saint Hall? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Gongsun Ji to obtain the position no matter what. This was because 5 of the 6 protectors stood on Yu Chen's side. Xianzhan, go back first. With Gongsun Ji's prestige, it'll probably be difficult for him to convince everyone. I hope you can assist him for the sake of the Radiant Saint Hall. No matter what, the Radiant Saint Hall can't fall into any internal strife. I'll leave Donglin, Yan Shui, Han Xian, and Bai Yu to convince everyone, Yu Chen said seriously. Brother Yu Chen, you're leaving? Xianzhan stared blankly at Yu Chen. Even if they put aside their status on the surface, they were actually the best of brothers. They had gone through thick and thin together. Otherwise, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall would not have allowed Jian Chen to leave just because of a single sentence from Xianzhan when he walked out of the Tower of Radiance when his identity had been exposed. Yu Chen nodded. He became extraordinarily cautious. He said, "The martial soul lineage is a secret of the imperial family. Only the 2 of us know about it right now. I plan on leaving here and investigating the history of our Radiant Saint Hall and the martial soul lineage." It's said that the spirit's world was the battlefield of the apocalypse from the last aeon. Even though the entire spirit's world has been reduced to ruins, there are still many ancient traces left behind. I plan on paying a visit to the ruins of the spirit's world and see if I can find any clues. And the spirit sages. They're the remnant races of the spirit's world. They've existed for an extremely long time. I plan on paying them a visit as well and see if I can find anything. Xiaoyao had posted quite a few photoshopped images on his public account. If you want to see them, please pay attention to Xiaoyao's authoritative public account xxiaoyo110. Pinyin was the pseudonym of Xinxing Xiaoyao. There was also a number for the police, or you could directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the public account. For those who don't know how to follow public accounts, you can open the contact list of your public account. You'll see the menu for Public Accounts. You can click on it, press the plus sign in the upper right corner, and then directly search for the public account mentioned above. After following the public account and replying to EXIN, a photoshopped image of EXIN will pop up. If you reply to Emo Tianyun, you'll see the Empyrean Demon Lord's true appearance. There were even more photoshopped images of the public. Those who don't know how to find historical information can just reply to historical information. Do not make any mistakes. Chapter 2656. Xianzhan knew that Yu Chen had already made up his mind. No matter what he did, he would not be able to keep Yu Chen on the desolate plain. All he could do was sigh helplessly. Free serialization. He understood Yu Chen. He knew that Yu Chen did not have any desire for power. In Yu Chen's heart, the Radiant Saint Hall was his home. As long as his home remained intact and could constantly grow stronger, he would be satisfied. As for whether he remained in the position or not, it did not seem particularly important anymore. Perhaps Yu Chen's departure from the position of leader was a form of release. This was because the Radiant Saint Hall needed him in the past. They needed an expert like him to watch over the place. Now that the Radiant Saint Hall had a protector, there was no need for him to remain. Brother Yu Chen, take care. Xianzhan clasped his fist at Yu Chen as a final farewell. Xianzhan, you take care as well. After I leave, you have to pay close attention to the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Once the artifact spirit awakens, you have to understand the matters of the martial soul lineage from it. This was Yu Chen's final warning. With that, he turned into a white streak of light and shot into the sky, vanishing in a single instance. He had left the desolate plain alone, and he had left extremely decisively. Xianzhan remained where he was. He stared in the direction that Yu Chen had vanished in for quite a while before gradually returning to his senses. However, he currently possessed a great aura of solitude. Gongsun Ji. Xianzhan muttered Gongsun Ji's name as he gritted his teeth. Coldness filled his eyes. However, he calmed down very soon and returned to normal. He returned to the Radiant Saint Hall like nothing had happened. S3. However, when Xianzhan returned to the Radiant Saint Hall, Gongsun Ji had already sat down on the throne that represented the position of leader eagerly. He was in high spirits and seemed like he was looking down on the world. Xianzhan, where's Yu Chen? Gongsun Ji immediately asked when he saw Xianzhan return. He acted like he was in a superior position and was extremely arrogant. He has already left the desolate plain, Xianzhan said emotionlessly. What? Yu Chen has left? He has left the desolate plain? Is that true? Gongsun Jichen was overjoyed. Hearing this news, he immediately felt relaxed and carefree. Yu Chen had been the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall for a very long time. He possessed great prestige in the Radiant Saint Hall, which made Gongsun Ji very worried. He was worried that Yu Chen's existence would threaten his position one day. Now that he had left, Gongsun Ji immediately became fearless. Xianzhan, I've always found Gongsun Ji an eyesore. Now that he's become the leader, I'll be the first to not mess with him. Why don't you take us away from the Radiant Saint Hall? We'll establish our own organization. At this moment, one of the 8 vice leaders, Mo He, said to Xianzhan secretly. That's right, Xianzhan. We're all willing to follow you and set up our own sect, with you as our leader. Xianzhan, I don't want to see that despicable Gongsun Ji riding on our heads. He really thinks he's some big shot. If he didn't have the guardian sword, I could crush him to death with a single finger. Who cares what bloodline he has? If he angers me, I'll kill him even if he's a direct descendant of the Grand Exalt. After Mo He, the other vice leaders all spoke to each other secretly. They did not want to follow Gongsun Ji's rule. They would rather follow Xianzhan. After all, not only was Xianzhan the leader of the 8 vice leaders, but he was also a straightforward and upright person. He was extremely popular, and he was also the wielder of the Protector Sword. As a result, the other vice leaders all treated him with respect. Xianzhan shook his head gently and calmed the vice leaders down. He did not want to see the Radiant Saint Hall fall apart like this. In 3 days, I, Gongsun Ji, will hold an official coronation ceremony. I'll invite the leaders of all the organizations on the desolate plain to celebrate. Afterwards, I will personally lead everyone to the Cloud Plain and take back the method of the Exalted Saint. In the Tianyuan family of the southern region of the Cloud Plain, Jianchen currently stayed in his luxurious palace. He stared at the 2-meter-tall, extremely beautiful flower before him eagerly. This flower was very extraordinary. It did not take root on the ground, but instead floated in the air. The numerous and densely packed roots under its branches were like tentacles that possessed life. They swayed and extended as they pleased. Vaguely, there seemed to be circles of light circulating above them. Occasionally, there would be waves of powerful energy rippling from them. Clearly, the energy was being concealed as much as possible. However, the concealment clearly had not reached a level where it had returned to its original state. Strands of it would leak out unknowingly. The flower was the immortal devouring orchid that Jianchen had been raising for a very long time. You've already reached late Divine King. It looks like the corpse of a primordial realm expert really is a great nourishment for you. If this continues, you'll be able to break through again and reach the primordial realm before long. Jianchen stared at the immortal devouring orchid as he murmured to himself. The immortal devouring orchid seemed to understand what Jianchen was saying. Every single petal of the blooming flower unfurled, as if it was smiling in its own way. At the same time, a gigabyte of mental pulses appeared, filled with joy. After reaching the Divine King realm, the immortal devouring orchid had already gained intelligence. It could communicate mentally with Jianchen. However, perhaps due to its innate limitations, it still could not assume a human form. S3. Once you reach the primordial realm, you might be able to help me, Jianchen said again. He began to become more and more eager. The immortal devouring orchid's growth rate was just too astonishing. It was as if as long as it had enough food, it could continue to grow without any obstructions. It would not encounter any bottlenecks at all. Jianshan had a strong feeling that perhaps the immortal devouring orchid really would be of great assistance to him in the future. Its growth rate might really surpass his. Moreover, this feeling became more and more intense as the immortal devouring orchid rapidly grew. The immortal devouring orchid swayed gently in the air. It bent down and used its huge flower to gently rub against Jianshan's arm. It seemed extremely intimate. It was as if being able to help Jianshan was the happiest thing it could do. The battle is about to begin. I don't have time to keep you company. You better cultivate diligently. You've already used up quite a few infinite prime corpse TS. I believe once you reach the primordial realm, the effects of infinite prime corpse TS will decrease drastically. It looks like I need to prepare a few more chaotic prime corpse TS for you, Jianshan said softly. If anyone else had heard his casual tone, they would have definitely been frightened out of their wit. Chaotic primes were basically great elders in any peak organization. They possessed great authority and were extremely capable, yet Jianshan only treated them as food. The immortal devouring orchid swept up the two infinite prime corpse TS Jianshan had tossed to it before directly entering the water cloud hall that Jianshan carried with him. It continued to cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 2657. The peak experts of the Four Symbols Alliance have moved out. I can sense the presences of two grand primes. They're hurrying over with the young Star Lord. Su Ran appeared before Jianshan as soon as she emerged from the hall. She said sternly, "The two grand primes didn't disguise themselves. They've come with great fanfare, so I can sense them. It looks like the situation this time is even worse than last time," said Su Ran. Her complexion was rather ugly. Grand primes were not existences she could fend off right now. Even Su Ran felt powerless before grand primes. Jianshan's eyes narrowed. He stared at the eastern fortress of the Pingtian Empire, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. The eastern fortress of the Pingtian Empire was a mess. The ground was uneven, covered with many craters of various sizes and depths. These craters had all been created by the powerful shockwaves of the battle when the young Star Lord attacked the Pingtian Empire with his people. The majestic and tall fortress wall looked as if a huge dragon had been cut in half. A huge gap had appeared on it, and it was extremely dilapidated. "Quick, quick! Move some more boulders over and fill up the holes. Contact the mining teams and tell them to hurry up. Filling up these holes will require a large amount of materials. Quick, quick, quick! Send all the scrap from the fortress to the forging department. These aren't regular materials, so we can't waste them. The forging department needs to reforge them." In this dilapidated eastern fortress, there was no sign of desolation. All kinds of shouts could be heard from all directions, giving people a feeling of prosperity. Several tens of thousands of cultivators were scattered across the eastern fortress. Under the coordination of the various captains, they cleaned up the battlefield and rebuilt the fortress in an orderly fashion. This did not just happen in the eastern fortress. It was the same in the two other destroyed fortresses as well. The Pingtian Empire had developed extremely rapidly in the years that Ming Dong had been present. Whether it was their heritage or wealth, they could not be compared to the past. Even though their current strength was nowhere close to eternal empires like the Blood Sun Empire and the Shi dynasty that had existed for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, they could still endure the losses from one or two battles. Boom! At this moment, a great rumble rang out. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc, causing the ground of the fortress to tremble and shake. In a place where cultivators were densely packed, smoke and dust filled the air. Wails and screams of agony could be heard constantly. Just a moment ago, a powerful energy tore through the sky, and a violent explosion occurred there. Dozens of martial artists died on the spot, and even more were injured. The cultivators in charge of cleaning up the battlefield and rebuilding the fortress were all rather weak. Most of them were at the origin realm, and only a small portion of them were at godhood. However, the ball of energy had reached the level of the Divine King, so it caused quite a few casualties. "How dare you? Who is attacking our Pingtian Empire?" A loud shout rang out as a Divine King flew over from behind. His aura spread out and enveloped the entire fortress. He was an early Divine King. He was an expert temporarily stationed at the Eastern Fortress. Behind him stood 8 overgods. The Pingtian Empire had not sent over too many experts after the fortress had been breached, as many Divine Kings had been injured in the battle a few days ago. As a result, they only sent an early Divine King to watch over the place. "Ha ha ha ha, you actually want to rebuild the fortress of the Pingtian Empire? Have you asked for my permission?" A great laugh rang out from the horizon. It was thunderous, echoing through the sky. A group of people approached the Pingtian Empire steadily from the horizon. The person at the front was a handsome young man who seemed to be in his 20s. He possessed an imposing bearing and looked down on everything, as if he did not take anyone seriously at all. He was the young Star Lord, Tian Yao. Behind the young Star Lord was an old woman and a middle-aged man. Even though the two of them had concealed their presences slightly, a few people with sharp senses could still vaguely sense that they possessed terrifying, earth-shaking power. They were 2 of the 5 ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance, Gong Ji and Wu Lu. Behind them were a group of experts of various levels from the Four Symbols Alliance. Of course, these people actually belonged to Gong Ji and Wu Lu's organization. Who are you?" The expression of the Divine King, who flew out from the Pingtian Empire, changed. He glanced past the cultivators behind the young Star Lord and recognized them with a single glance. They were the uniform of the Four Symbols Alliance. The space above the fortress pulsed, and Jianchen appeared silently. With him was Su Ran. Jianchen remained calm. He did not become flustered at all as he faced the experts of the Four Symbols Alliance. He glanced past the young Star Lord and looked at Wu Lu and Gong Ji behind him. He said, "Even the 2 of you have come personally. It looks like your Four Symbols Alliance has made up your mind to become enemies with our Tianyuan family." Although the young Star Lord had led the people of the Four Symbols Alliance to attack the Pingtian Empire last time, the people of the Four Symbols Alliance had all changed their identities and used the 9 stars as their banner. They could push the young Star Lord out of the matter afterwards, and they would have a reason to keep the Four Symbols Alliance out of the matter. However, this time, they directly wore the uniform of the Four Symbols Alliance, so people could recognize them with a single glance. Clearly, the Four Symbols Alliance had completely fallen out with the Tianyuan family and become enemies with them from now on. Our Four Symbols Alliance has already joined the Star Brilliance Mountain. The young Star Lord is our young master. We will listen to everything the young Star Lord says, Gong Ji said with her old voice. She knew that Jianchen's composure came from the heavenly palace of Bisheng, which was why she mentioned the Star Brilliance Mountain. Only with the Star Brilliance Mountain behind them would their Four Symbols Alliance not fear the heavenly palace of Bisheng. At the same time, the Gentle Breeze ancestor, Zheng Hu and Changfeng Yun stood on a tall mountain in the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance as they stared in the direction of the Pingtian Empire. Even though they were extremely far away from the Pingtian Empire, they could even see the entire cloud plain with a single glance with their cultivation, let alone the southern region. The senses of the soul of a Grand Prime were so powerful that they could easily envelop an entire plain. Sigh, Gongji and Wu Lu are far too rash. The Gentle Breeze ancestor sighed gently. He knew that he could no longer stop the situation now that it had developed like this. He could not stop it anyway. Now, we can only hope that things develop in a positive direction. Changfeng Yun felt extremely helpless as well. Chapter 2658. Obey the young Star Lord? Jianchen sneered. The young Star Lord wants to destroy my Tianyuan family and our Pingtian Empire. Is your Four Symbols Alliance prepared to take action? Gong Ji remained silent. Wu Lu glanced at Gong Ji before looking at Jianchen. He said with a sliver of helplessness, Jianchen, we know you have the heavenly palace of Bishing behind you, but the heavenly palace of Bishing is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. If you continue to oppose the young Star Lord, even the heavenly palace of Bishing won't be able to protect you. You better let go of your pride and kowtow to the young Star Lord to admit your wrongs and ask for his forgiveness. Ha ha, that's right. Jianchen, kneel down and kowtow to me. If you satisfy me, I might spare you, the young Star Lord laughed aloud. He was in high spirits, as if he had Jianchen in his grasp. However, the young Star Lord sneered inside. Killing intent surged as he thought, Jianchen has humiliated me like this, and he even killed my only servant. This is a bloodbath. I won't stop until I kill him. However, if I can properly humiliate him before I kill him, it'll be satisfying. However, the young Star Lord did not understand Jianchen. With Jianchen's personality, why would he kneel and beg for forgiveness? He would rather die in battle than yield. Jianchen could not be bothered to waste his breath on the young Star Lord. He completely ignored the young Star Lord's words. He only looked at Wu Lu and Gong Ji. He said, Our Tianyuan family has never shown mercy to our enemies. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Without the heavenly palace of Bishing, your Tianyuan family is nothing in our eyes, Wu Lu said gently. There was a hint of mockery in his voice, as if he was mocking Jianchen for failing to understand the situation even at a time like this. The young Star Lord immediately became furious when he saw how Jianchen had ignored him. He called out coldly, If that's the case, I'll let you watch the Pingtian Empire and Tianyuan family be destroyed before your eyes while you can't do anything. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when you experience that feeling of powerlessness. Towards the end, the young Star Lord could not help but laugh aloud. Destroying the Tianyuan family was already within his grasp. At that moment, he seemed to be able to see the despair and helplessness on Jianchen's face, as well as the grief of watching his beloved woman fall into someone else's arms. The young Star Lord looked into the depths of the Pingtian Empire and said loudly, Everyone from the Tianyuan family, listen up. I am the young Star Lord of the Star Brilliance Plane. I am the only son of the supreme ruler of the Star Brilliance Plane, the renowned supreme expert of the Saints' world, the Nine Brilliance Star Lord. Now, the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, has offended me and even killed my servant. He has already fallen out with me, so I must destroy the Tianyuan family. It's not just the Tianyuan family. I'll destroy the Pingtian Empire on the Cloud Plane as well. However, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Considering that there are still many innocent people in the Pingtian Empire, I'll give you 3 days to flee from the Pingtian Empire. After 3 days, I'll purge the Pingtian Empire and the Tianyuan family. I'll leave no one alive. The young Star Lord's voice rang through the entire Pingtian Empire. At that moment, all the people in the Pingtian Empire, including the Dong-an province, were alarmed. At the same time, his voice broke through the protective formations of the Tianyuan family, reverberating through the Tianyuan family for quite some time. Jianchen's face sank. He glanced back in the direction of the Tianyuan family before looking at Wu Lu and Gong Ji, who stood behind the young Star Lord. With the young Star Lord's cultivation, it was impossible for his voice to break through the protective formations of the Tianyuan family and reach the clan. This was all because of the secret assistance of Wu Lu and Gong Ji. Figures flickered behind Jianchen. The 8 infinite primes of the Tianyuan family arrived behind Jianchen. They were all stern as they looked at the uniformed experts of the 4 Symbols Alliance fearfully. Jianchen! A gentle call rang out from afar. Shangguan Mu'er appeared beside Jianchen with the zither of the demonic cry in her arms. She stared ahead with her enchanting eyes as her face was cold. The 4 Symbols Alliance is just a bunch of fence-sitters. When Brother Mingdong was still here, he was extremely polite to our Tianyuan family. He even said that he was their best friend. Yet now that Brother Mingdong has left, the Four Symbols Alliance has begun brandishing their weapons against our Tianyuan family. These despicable people sure are despicable. Newbies stood behind Jianchen and complained. He spat at the people of the Four Symbols Alliance. At this moment, the various members of the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family and the Divine King had all arrived behind Jianchen. Protector Shui, the Tianyuan family is truly facing destruction this time. I've never heard of the young Star Lord, but the 9 brilliant Star Lord is truly a supreme expert. Protector Qi said secretly from behind Jianchen. The 2 ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance had personally appeared, along with many experts. Protector Qi immediately paled in fright. He was filled with fear. Protector Shui nodded. He was unprecedentedly stern, but he said nothing. The Tianyuan family is probably done for. Protector Shui, let's break away from the Tianyuan family as soon as possible, Protector Qi said secretly again. Protector Shui remained silent for quite a while before replying secretly, it's still too early to make that decision. I trust the Patriarch. I trust the Tianyuan family. I know Jianchen has someone to rely on, but the situation this time is incomparable to the past. The Star Brilliance Mountain is no weaker than the heavenly palace of Bishing. Moreover, the young Star Lord is the young master of the Star Brilliance Mountain. Although Mingdong has some status in the heavenly palace of Bishing, is his status greater than the young Star Lord's? Seeing how Protector Shui remained unmoved, he just made up his mind and said secretly, whatever. If you don't leave, I'll leave. Staying behind when you know you're going to die isn't something a wise person would do. There's no need for you to throw away your life for some benefits from the Tianyuan family. With that, Protector Qi immediately flew off, distancing himself from Jianchen. He said, I, Qi Hui, have officially broken away from the Tianyuan family. Although the Tianyuan family has offended the Star Lord, I have never disrespected you at all. I hope you can spare me. Ha 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 ha, you can go. I'll spare you, the young Star Lord laughed aloud. Qi Hui's eyes lit up with joy when he heard that. He finally stopped worrying and said loudly, Sir Star Lord is just and upright. I, Qi Hui, am filled with admiration. I am filled with admiration. With that, Qi Hui shot off into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Protector Qi's departure was a heavy blow to the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family. After all, he was one of the 2 most powerful protectors the Tianyuan family had recruited. Now that he had actually broken away from the Tianyuan family without any hesitation, the hearts of many of the upper echelon became heavy. Protector Qi, sigh. The expressions of the protectors behind Jianchen became very ugly. They all sighed, but the light in the eyes of many of them flickered constantly fluctuating. You're afraid of death. Even if you reach the primordial realm, your future accomplishments will be extremely limited, Qing Yishuan said coldly as she stood in the crowd with a refined bearing. It's fine. Jianchen remained calm and composed. His emotions did not waver at all. He said, if any organization wants to grow, they'll have to go through many trials of life and death. What our Tianyuan family faces this time is indeed a great disaster. If we can make it through, our Tianyuan family will definitely soar, but if we can't, the Tianyuan family will cease to exist. Chapter 2659. The light in the eyes of some of the protectors behind Jianchen and many of the Divine King Realm cultivators who had joined the Tianyuan family flickered. They either hesitated or struggled inside. However, their hesitation only lasted for a few seconds. A few Divine King Realm experts flew out from the crowd and clasped their fists towards Jianchen before leaving the Tianyuan family decisively. Afterwards, more and more people left the Tianyuan family. Aside from the Divine King Realm experts, there were many overgods, gods, and even deities. These people clearly understood the young Star Lord's identity and background through their communication technique. After some consideration, they did not believe the Tianyuan family could endure the young Star Lord's fury, so they all chose to leave. Guang Yun, are you leaving as well? A deep voice rang out from behind Jianchen. Came from an old man. He was one of the primordial realm protectors of the Tianyuan family, known as Protector Xing. Jianchen was familiar with Protector Xing. As a matter of fact, he had a rather deep impression of him. This was because when he and Shangguan Mu returned to the Pingtian Empire, they had been stopped by 4 primordial realm protectors of the Tianyuan family. The 4 protectors were Protector Xing, Protector Bai, Protector Mei, and Protector Shui. The 4 of them had always worked for the Tianyuan family. They were the primordial realm experts who had truly contributed and worked hard out of all the protectors recruited by the Tianyuan family. Guang Yun, who had been called out by Protector Xing, was also a primordial realm protector of the Tianyuan family. He was leaving the Tianyuan family. Guang Yun was a tall, middle-aged man. He glanced back at Protector Xing and shook his head with a gentle sigh. That's the young Star Lord, the son of the 9 Brilliance Star Lord. How could I dare to oppose him? Patriarch, I'm sorry. Guang Yun clasped his fist at Jianchen apologetically before leaving without looking back. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 8 primordial realm protectors of the Tianyuan family had left, which made many of the senior members of the Tianyuan family gloomy. No one paid too much attention to Guang Yun's departure. After all, although Guang Yun was a primordial realm protector, he was only a 2nd heavenly layer infinite prime. What truly disappointed them was Protector Qi's departure. This was because Protector Qi was a 7th heavenly layer infinite prime, on par with Protector Shui. His strength was only inferior to Su Ran and Jianchen in the Tianyuan family. However, Qi Hui and Guang Yun were not the only protectors who left voluntarily in the face of the young Star Lord's pressure. Soon after Guang Yun left, 2 more protectors announced they were leaving the Tianyuan family. With that, the number of protectors in the Tianyuan family directly decreased from 8 to 4. They were Protector Shui, Protector Xing, Protector Bai, and Protector Mei. Are the 4 of you still not leaving? Jianchen looked back at Protector Shui and the others and asked calmly. This is what I owe the Tianyuan clan. I will stay behind and fight. If I accidentally die, please take care of the young master, Patriarch, Protector Shui said fearlessly. He no longer cared about his own life. As he said that, he passed a divine hall he carried with him to Jianchen. He said sternly, Our young master is in there. Jianchen stared at Protector Shui for a while. He did not answer. Instead, he looked at Protector Xing, Protector Bai, and Protector Mei. Protector Mei giggled. She stretched lazily and gave off an invisible charm. She stroked her hair coquettishly as she stared at Jianchen flirtatiously. She giggled. I have confidence in the Patriarch. I believe that the Patriarch is completely capable of leading us through this crisis. The Tianyuan family will definitely soar. As a protector who has gone through this crisis with the Tianyuan family, the Patriarch definitely won't forget about us once the Tianyuan family becomes the ruler of a plane. We believe in the Patriarch as well. Protector Xing and Protector Bai said angrily. However, even though they said that, they were uneasy inside. They were unable to remain as composed as Protector Mei. Protector Mei, can the Tianyuan family really survive this crisis? If the 2 of us listen to you and stay behind, we won't end up as corpses in the end, right? Protector Xing and Protector Bai asked each other carefully. I'm not confident about whether we can survive or not. After all, we're facing the young Star Lord this time. However, I don't sense any fear from the Patriarch at all. Instead, extremely heavy killing intent is brewing in the Patriarch's heart. I think the Patriarch definitely has other trump cards, said Protector Xing and Protector Bai to Protector Xing and Protector Bai. Protector Mei sent a message to Protector Xing and Protector Bai. She carefully looked around and continued, The most important thing is that none of the people who are close to the Patriarch have left. They are all gathered here. Given the Patriarch's righteous personality, if he wasn't confident, why would he let these people stay here and die? Hearing these words, Protector Xing and Protector Bai's spirits shook. Their hearts that were in a mess immediately became a lot more steady. Good, 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 Jianchen agreed. Even though he struggled to guess whether the four of them had stayed behind because they were truly willing to live and die with the Tianyuan family, or if they were just putting on an act, staying behind was enough at a time like this. This was because staying behind meant offending the young Star Lord. Afterwards, both the Tianyuan family and the Pingtian Empire lost people. From the primordial realm protectors to the regular guards and servants of the Tianyuan family, they all left. In just half a day, the Tianyuan family's population plummeted by 2/3. Less than a third remained. As for the Pingtian Empire, all the provincial cities evacuated as soon as possible. The short-distance teleportation formations in the Pingtian Empire constantly flickered. There was a black mass of cultivators as well, basically forming a dark cloud in the sky. Patriarch, are we just going to let these people leave? If they stay, they'll be a force of strength. A woman walked out from the crowd behind Jianchen. She wore tight clothes and held a whip in her hand. She was Qing Jingyun, originally an Origin Realm expert from the world of Forsaken Saint. In the past, she had followed the Spirit King, Shen Jian, to the Saint's world with Jianchen. She had witnessed the founding of the Tianyuan family and was also one of the oldest members of the Tianyuan family. Now, Qing Jingyun had become a god under the nurturing of various heavenly resources. Even though her strength was basically at the bottom of the Tianyuan family, her rate of growth was one of the best. After all, true geniuses only made up a very small portion of them. It's fine. Let them all go. When the battle starts later, we can reduce the losses of some innocent people, said Jianchen. On the other side, the young Star Lord hovered in the air with a sunken face. He felt extremely unsatisfied. This was because he discovered that even though he had already achieved his objective, where both the Tianyuan family and the Pingtian Empire were losing a large number of people, where over 2/3 of the people had left the Tianyuan family, he did not see any expression that satisfied him at all from Jianchen's face. This was because Jianchen remained calm the entire time. His emotions did not fluctuate at all. He seemed like he would not bat an eyelid even if a mountain collapsed. It was like he did not care about anything at all. As a result, the young Star Lord felt like he had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength. It was like everything he had done was for naught. Just do it. Destroy the Tianyuan family. I want Jianchen and Shangguanmu alive, said the young star coldly. The young Star Lord snorted coldly. He no longer had the patience to wait. He felt like everything he was doing was pointless from Jianchen's reaction. Don't we have to wait for 3 days? It's only been half a day, said Wu Lu. We're not waiting anymore, said the young Star Lord coldly. All right. Wu Lu no longer said anything else. He walked out from behind the young Star Lord as his presence skyrocketed. His gaze became extremely cold as well. This time, he planned on personally taking action to prove his loyalty before the young Star Lord. Young Star Lord, didn't you say that you would give everyone 3 days to leave? Less than a day has passed. Is the mighty adopted son of the 9 Brilliance Star Lord a person who goes back on his word? Jianchen's mocking voice rang out from the other side. Secretly, his martial soul force surged as he prepared to connect with the martial soul mountain. The young Star Lord did not reply, but Wu Lu was already prepared to take action. With just a thought, the clouds above the Dong and province immediately changed. Wild winds kicked up as devastating energy began to brew, causing space to distort and collapse. With Wu Lu's cultivation as a grand prime, he did not even need to lift a finger to destroy an empire. All he needed to do was stand there and use the terrifying will of a Grand Prime to control the energy and laws of the world. However, at this moment, a will even more powerful than Wu Lu's crossed over from afar and collided with Wu Lu's will heavily. Wu Lu grunted and could not help but stagger a few steps back. The energy above the Dong, an province, immediately became chaotic before dispersing with the wind. Wu Lu was about to launch a world-destroying attack, but it was forcibly interrupted by another top expert. Chapter 2660. The appearance of these figures immediately caused Wu Lu and Gong Ji's expressions to abruptly change. Even though they were supreme experts who stood at the peak of a continent, their expressions became extremely solemn at this moment. Jianxin, who was about to summon the martial Soul Mountain, was also stunned by the sudden appearance of these figures. The light in his eyes flickered as he stared at the figures with their backs towards him. He was rather surprised and hesitated slightly. He was in no hurry to summon the martial Soul Mountain. Righteous Alliance, you've crossed the line. This is the territory of our Four Symbols Alliance. Gong Ji, who originally stood behind the young Star Lord, took a step forward. Her hunched figure radiated with a surging presence as she bellowed out with her old, hoarse voice. Righteous Alliance, are you going back on your word? Are you going to break the peace agreement you signed with us in the past? Wu Lu and Gong Ji stood side by side as they glared at the people before them with sunken faces. A total of 7 figures hovered before Wu Lu and Gong Ji. They all possessed different appearances and ages. They were the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, the ancestor of the Cosmic Sect, Zhou Jidao, the ancestor of the God's Fallen Clan, Luo Mantian, the ancestor of the Fire God Clan, Lian Wuji, the ancestor of the Tong family, Tong Wuming. Aside from the 5 of them, the remaining 2 people were the other 2 ancestors who rarely showed themselves in the Righteous Alliance. They were the ancestor of the Taoist sect of emergence, He Dao, and the ancestor of the Hev-Trembling sect, Gu Li. The ancestor of the Taoist sect of emergence, He Dao, was a scholarly, middle-aged man. He gave off a rather scholarly aura. At first glance, he seemed like a scholar who was well-read. As for the ancestor of the Hev-Trembling sect, Gu Li, he was an extremely burly man. He was bare-chested, and his well-defined bronze muscles were filled with explosive power. It was quite a shocking sight. This time, the 7 peak experts of the Righteous Alliance had gathered here. They had basically turned out in full force, which placed great pressure on the Four Symbols Alliance. After all, the Four Symbols Alliance was nowhere near as powerful as the Righteous Alliance. The reason why they could still exist was because the peak experts of the Righteous Alliance were all selfish. None of them were willing to pay such a heavy price to fight the Four Symbols Alliance to the death. All of them wanted to protect themselves, which was why the Four Symbols Alliance was still standing. Friends of the Righteous Alliance, are you preparing for a bloody battle against our Four Symbols Alliance by gathering so many people? An old voice rang out. 3 figures appeared beside Wu Lu and Gong Ji. The other 3 supreme experts of the Four Symbols Alliance, the Gentle Breeze Ancestor, Changfeng Yun and Zheng Hu, appeared at the same time. Although the Gentle Breeze Ancestor didn't quite agree with Wu Lu and Gong Ji's methods, they had to unite now that the experts of the Righteous Alliance were out in full force. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. As for the members of the Tianyuan family, from top to bottom, their spirits were greatly lifted as they revealed excited expressions. The Alliance of Justice and Order's stance clearly showed that they were on their side. They all saw hope in obtaining the support of a dominating organization like the Righteous Alliance at a time like this. Their hearts immediately burned with passion. Fantastic! I never thought the Righteous Alliance would actually stand with the Tianyuan family. Protector Mei, Protector Xing, and Protector Bai were overjoyed as well. Even though the Righteous Alliance was not enough to suppress the young Star Lord, it was more than enough to stop the Four Symbols Alliance. The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak hovered in the air with his hands behind his back. He glanced past the young Star Lord before looking at the gentle breeze ancestor and the other 4 ancestors. He said slowly, "The Tianyuan family is a friend of our righteous alliance. If you want to lay your hands on the Tianyuan family, our righteous alliance naturally won't just stand by and watch." In other words, your righteous alliance wants to help the Tianyuan family? The young Star Lord snorted coldly when he heard that. Even though he was only a divine king, he showed no respect at all before the 7 peak experts of the righteous alliance. Instead, he gave off a sense of superiority. He glanced past the 7 experts of the righteous alliance sharply and said coldly, "There's only one outcome for those who oppose me: death." How arrogant! The eyes of the ancestor of the god's fallen clan, Luo Mantion, turned cold. A tremendous and terrifying presence radiated from him, shaking up the surroundings and scattering the thick clouds in the sky. He extended a finger, and a strand of pure energy immediately shot out, directly shooting towards the young Star Lord. The strand of energy was not powerful. It could only heavily injure the divine king and not kill him. Clearly, Luo Mantion only wanted to teach the young Star Lord a lesson and make him suffer a little from the attack. Luo Mantion, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, the ancestor of the Fire God clan, the ancestor of the Tong family, and the ancestor of the Cosmic sect all called out. They secretly cursed Luo Mantion for acting so recklessly. It was not like he did not know the young Star Lord's identity, so how could he touch him so easily? Genshin frowned when he saw Luo Mantion attack without any warning, and his target was the young Star Lord. He felt that Luo Mantion's actions were rather illogical. After all, the young Star Lord was the son of the 9 Brilliance Star Lord. Attacking the young Star Lord, regardless of whether he wanted to kill him or not, was equivalent to directly offending the 9 Brilliance Star Lord. From the moment we decided to help the Tianyuan family, we've already offended the young Star Lord. Since that's the case, why do we have to be so cowardly? Why don't we just be straightforward and bind ourselves to the Tianyuan family? Then we can use the Tianyuan family to climb up the ranks of the heavenly palace of Bishing. Otherwise, our righteous alliance will be destroyed sooner or later, Luo Mantion said to the others secretly. How dare you? Luo Mantion, do you know who the young Star Lord is? How dare you attack the young Star Lord? Gong Ji bellowed out furiously from beside the young Star Lord. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed Luo Mantion's energy that was not particularly powerful. Gong Ji, kill Luo Mantion for me. Take this jade talisman. It contains a secret technique of our Star Brilliance Mountain. The young Star Lord passed a jade talisman to Gong Ji with a sunken face. Gong Ji was originally rather hesitant, as the 4 Symbols Alliance would not be able to gain the upper hand at all if they really began fighting. Not only did the Righteous Alliance have 7 experts, but they also had the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, the greatest expert on the Cloud Plane. However, when she received the jade talisman from the young Star Lord, a strange light immediately flashed through her eyes. She said, "The secret technique of the Star Brilliance Mountain really is different. Luo Mantion, die." With a furious bellow, Gong Ji directly charged towards Luo Mantion. Let's fight in outer space. Luo Mantion snorted coldly and charged into outer space in a single instance. Gong Ji chased after him silently. She unleashed her presence as a Grand Prime, causing the stars to churn. The terrifying pulses of energy caused space to collapse. Luo Mantion and Gong Ji began an earth-shaking battle in outer space. Even from afar, the terrifying pulses of energy and devastating presence that erupted caused the expressions of the members of the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family to change. Even if just a tiny bit of the energy landed on the ground, it would be enough to shatter mountains and destroy an entire region. Luo Mantion and Gong Ji have already begun fighting. Why don't we use this opportunity to wipe out the 4 Symbols Alliance in a single stroke and eliminate all future problems? The ancestor of the Heaven-Shaking sect, Gu Li, suddenly spoke. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Wu Lu, our previous battle isn't over yet." As the sound of his voice faded, Gu Li directly punched towards Wu Lu. The punch possessed extremely great power. With a single punch, it could destroy everything. It reduced the origin energy in the surroundings to tiny atoms, causing the air to rumble with the sound of explosions. Gu Li actually controlled the laws of strength. The laws of strength were ranked the same as the laws of the sword. They were both laws with extremely powerful offensive abilities. Wu Lu did not receive the attack forcefully. He vanished with a flash and charged into outer space, engaging in an intense battle with Gu Li there. "I'll go assist Luo Mantian in killing Gong Ji. Why don't we completely wipe out the Four Symbols Alliance this time and eliminate all future problems?" said the ancestor of the Taoist sect of emergence, He Dao. He also charged into outer space. Chapter 2661. In the blink of an eye, Luo Mantian, Gu Li, and He Dao, the three grand primes of the Righteous Alliance, had attacked Gong Wu and Gong Wu. That was the battle with Wu Lu and Gong Ji in outer space. The terrifying ripples of energy that erupted were extremely destructive, shaking up space. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. All the stars dimmed as space constantly shattered and recovered. It all happened so quickly that the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was unable to stop it even if he wanted to. Although the Grand Primes of the Righteous Alliance and the Four Symbols Alliance had clashed many times during the period of unrest on the Cloud Plane, they had tried to destroy the Four Symbols Alliance more than once. However, the current Four Symbols Alliance could not be compared to the past. With the young Star-Lord's support, the Righteous Alliance became rather fearful. "Since we've already reached this point, we might as well go all the way. Let's use this opportunity to destroy the Four Symbols Alliance in a single stroke. Otherwise, once they really obtain the support of the Star Brilliance Mountain, it'll be a disaster for our Righteous Alliance," Tong Wuming said secretly. "That's right. If we don't destroy the Four Symbols Alliance now, we probably won't have another chance in the future. After all, the young Star-Lord has already sided with the Four Symbols Alliance. Whether our Righteous Alliance can obtain the protection of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing is still unknown." The ancestor of the Cosmic Sect, Zhou Zhidao, added. Luo Mantian and the others had already clashed with the Grand Primes of the Four Symbols Alliance. This seemed to be the only path before them now. The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak stared at the battle in outer space. In the end, he nodded slowly and said, "Fair enough. However, since we've made up our mind to destroy the Four Symbols Alliance, I hope everyone can use their full strength this time. Don't hold back. Don't worry. We've already reached the most critical moment. If anyone holds back like before, they'll just be digging their own graves. Once the Four Symbols Alliance recovers and gains the support of the Star Brilliance Mountain, our Righteous Alliance will truly be nothing," said the ancestor of the Cosmic Sect, Zhou Zhidao. The powerhouses of the Righteous Alliance were communicating via telepathy. Only the seven of them knew what they were saying and what they were deciding. In the next moment, the Grand Primes of the Righteous Alliance all appeared. They engaged in an intense battle with the Gentle Breeze ancestor, Changfeng Yun and Zheng Hu. Immediately, deafening booms boomed out from outer space like thunder, causing the distant cloud plain to shake violently. The battle between 12 Grand Primes was truly devastating. Even the sky cracked as regions of the vast cosmos collapsed. Countless spatial cracks interweaved together, forming a huge, dense web. Violent storms of energy surged out from space, giving off a chaotic and violent presence. The Grand Primes of the Alliance. However, the battle this time, it was much more of the battle between the Four Symbols Alliance of the Four Symbols of the world. This was because the experts of the Righteous Alliance had truly used their full strength this time, engaging in a battle of life and death against the Four Symbols Alliance. They no longer held back like before. As a result, the Four Symbols Alliance was at an absolute disadvantage as soon as the battle began. They were basically suppressed by the Righteous Alliance, only able to defend passively. After all, not only did the Righteous Alliance have the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, the greatest expert of the Cloud Plane, but they also had 7 people. On the other hand, not only did the Four Symbols Alliance have no one who could defeat the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, but they also had Zheng Hu, who was basically the weakest Grand Prime. After all, Zheng Hu had only broken through to Grand Prime recently. As a result, he was basically the weakest among Grand Primes. He was not particularly eye-catching, nor was he a supreme prodigy with the ability to challenge those who surpassed him. Everyone in the Tianyuan family on the Cloud Plane stared at outer space. A battle between 12 Grand Primes was basically an unprecedented battle on the Cloud Plane. It was rare to see something like this even once in several million years. Even though very few of them could see it clearly, just the sight of the multicolored sky from the explosions of energy was enough to shock many of them. Don't tell me the Four Symbols Alliance can't even survive the Righteous Alliance. Su Ran stood beside Jianchen as she took pleasure in the Four Symbols Alliance's misfortune. She could naturally tell with a single glance that the Four Symbols Alliance was at an absolute disadvantage. The difference is just too great. They're not on the same level at all. If the Righteous Alliance unleashes their full strength, destroying the Four Symbols Alliance won't be difficult at all. However, if the people from the Four Symbols Alliance really end up risking their lives or sacrificing themselves, they really might be able to kill 1 or 2 people from the Righteous Alliance. After all, she had come from the heavenly palace of Bishing. Even though Su Ran was not a Grand Prime, her insight was extraordinary. Jianchen remained silent the entire time. He would look at the battle in outer space from time to time at the young Star Lord, and he gradually frowned. From the beginning to the end, the young Star Lord remained calm as if victory was within his grasp. Jianchen felt that something was amiss from his composure. It was as if the Four Symbols Alliance had something else to rely on. At this moment, the tremendous might of the world appeared. Gong Ji was already rather overwhelmed as she faced Luo Mantian and He Dao at the same time. She was forced to use a God-tier battle skill. This was a high-level God-tier battle skill. Normally, only Grand Primes could use it, but when she used it now, it actually seemed to fuse with the ways of the world. In the end, the God-tier battle skill turned into a dazzling streak of white light, striking towards Luo Mantian with enough power to illuminate the surroundings. Spurt! Luo Mantian spat out a mouthful of blood as his face paled. Like a meteor flying at high speed, he quickly flew backwards. Luo Mantian. The expression of He Dao, who was also fighting Gong Ji, changed as well. He immediately abandoned Gong Ji and flew towards Luo Mantian. Near Luo Mantian was the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, who was fighting the Gentle Breeze ancestor. When he saw Luo Mantian fly over with heavy injuries, he immediately used his full strength to force back the Gentle Breeze ancestor. Afterwards, he extended his hand, and a powerful and gentle energy wrapped around Luo Mantian. He asked in concern, "Luo Mantian, are you fine?" Luo Mantian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just when he said that, something happened. A dagger that flickered with dark green light silently appeared in his hand like a venomous snake. He stabbed it towards the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak with lightning speed. Everything happened just too quickly. The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was completely unprepared, so Luo Mantian's sneak attack succeeded. The dagger that flickered with green light directly stabbed into his waist. The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak grunted. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Afterwards, he directly struck out with his hand. Heavy energy with the power of laws struck towards Luo Mantian's head mercilessly. At that moment, Luo Mantian's presence skyrocketed. He did not seem injured at all. He struck out with both hands, clashing with the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. With a boom, he was blown away by the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. Blood spurted from his mouth. This time, he really had vomited blood. Luo Mantian, what are you doing? Peak Lord, Peak Lord. He Dao's face changed drastically as he cried out in shock. He arrived before the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak in a flash. Luo Mantion, have you lost your mind? Peak Lord, are you fine? Guli bellowed out furiously as well. He immediately abandoned Wu Lu and approached the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. The sudden change of events threw the entire battlefield into chaos. At the same time, Lian Wuji, Zhou Zhidao, and Tong Wuming all stopped fighting. They called out and hurried towards the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. Luo Mantion, W., why are you doing this? The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak clutched his wound. Blood dyed his white robes red while a faint green gradually appeared on his face and skin. His old eyes were filled with pain as he stared fixedly at Luo Mantion. Peak Lord, heal first. He Dao and Guli arrived beside the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak at the same time. They were the closest to the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, so they were faster than the other three. However, at this moment, something happened once again. He Dao and Guli suddenly launched their attacks. A sword and an iron fist struck out at the same time, pincer from the left and right, viciously landing on the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. He Dao's sword shone brightly as it stabbed into the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak's left waist. The sharp tip of the sword emerged from the right. On the other hand, Guli sent a punch containing the laws of strength at the Peak Master's back, piercing through his chest. His fist was dripping with blood. Chapter 2662. Everything had happened too quickly. From Luo Mantian's sneak attack to Guli and He Dao's combined sneak attack, it had all happened in a split second. It had not even taken a few seconds. The three of them had suddenly launched a sneak attack when the Peak Lord was caught off guard, immediately dealing unimaginable damage to him. The damage was even enough to kill him. After all, whether it be Luo Mantion, Guli or He Dao, they were all Grand Primes. Every single one of their attacks possessed the power of destruction. When such terrifying power struck the defenseless Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, it was possible to imagine just how terrifying of a blow the Peak Lord had to endure. Immediately, the Peak Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, who was known as the greatest expert on the cloud plane, was in great danger. On the other side, the expressions of Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Zhidao suddenly changed as they approached the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. Looking at the sword that had pierced through the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak's waist and the fist that had pierced through the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak's chest, they felt the world spin around them. At this moment, how could the three of them not understand that Luo Mantion of the God's Fallen clan, He Dao of the Taoist sect of Emergence, and Guli of the Heavenshaking sect had all betrayed the righteous alliance? Moreover, they had dealt a fatal blow when the Peak Lord was caught off guard at such a crucial moment. Luo Mantion, He Dao, Guli, you all deserve to die. The ancestor of the Fire God clan, Lian Wuji, had always been a hot-tempered person. Luo Mantion, He Dao, and He Dao's betrayal seemed to have completely infuriated him. The flames on his body suddenly swelled, sweeping through the entire region of outer space. It constantly twisted from the heat as the temperature of the region suddenly skyrocketed. At this moment, the temperature emitted from Lian Wuji's body was thousands of times hotter than the sun. The flames that filled the sky turned into three long dragons that charged towards Luo Mantion, He Dao, and Guli. At the same time, Tong Wuming and Zhou Zhidao struck out without any hesitation. They abandoned their original opponents and attacked the three of them from afar. At the same time, they rapidly approached the Peak Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. However, the space that had become unstable due to their battle hindered their progress. As a result, they were much slower in approaching the Peak Lord of Heaven's Link Peak. They were nowhere near as fast as Luo Mantion and the other two. Otherwise, they would only need a single step to arrive before the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. The Gentle Breeze ancestor, Zheng Hu, and Changfeng Yun stopped as well. They were stunned by the sudden change in the Righteous Alliance. They stared at the people from the Righteous Alliance with furrowed brows, confused. Only Wu Lu and Gong Ji, who knew the inside story, were excited. They looked at the righteous alliance that was killing each other and gloated. Gentle Breeze, what's going on? Chang Feng Yun asked the Gentle Breeze ancestor through voice transmission. He was confused. Can't you tell now? Luo Mantian, He Dao, and Gu Li of the Righteous Alliance have all joined the young Star Lord. Gong Ji's voice rang out. At the same time, she tossed the jade talisman with the secret technique of the Star Brilliance Mountain that the young Star Lord had given her to the people from the Four Symbols Alliance. The Gentle Breeze ancestor and the others all caught the jade talisman. They discovered that the jade talisman did not contain the so-called secret technique of the Star Brilliance Mountain at all. It was just a message from the young Star Lord. The rough idea was for Gong Ji to put on a show with Luo Mantian so that the peak experts of the Righteous Alliance would all take part in the battle and find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was a peak 3rd heavenly layer Grand Prime after all. He was more powerful than anyone on the cloud plane, so it was very difficult for a regular sneak attack to succeed. They could only create an opportunity in a chaotic battle. I see. Changfeng Yun and Zheng, who came to a realization. Immediately, their gazes towards the people from the Four Symbols Alliance changed. They were no longer as stern as before. From today onwards, the Righteous Alliance will cease to exist on the cloud plane, Zheng Hu sighed. Zheng Hu hissed. The Righteous Alliance originally had 7 top-notch cultivators, but now 3 of them had betrayed them. Only the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji and Zhou Zhidao were left. Moreover, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was heavily injured among the 4 of them. His strength had plummeted. On the other hand, their Four Symbols Alliance had 8 people in total, including the traitorous Luo Mantian and the other 2. They basically possessed an absolute advantage. Why are you like this? The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak's face was rather gloomy. Large patches of his skin had already changed in color. However, he did not care about his wounds at all. Instead, he looked at Luo Mantian, Gu Li, and He Dao in great pain. The Righteous Alliance is done for. We've only chosen a path of survival, the ancestor of the Heavenly Clan said calmly. The ancestor of the Heaven-Shaking Sect, Gu Li, said calmly. There was no trace of guilt in his eyes. Instead, he was calm and indifferent. Afterwards, he and He Dao retreated as quickly as possible, pulling away from the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. They understood the strength of the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak extremely well. He was a supreme expert who could fight against the 4th heavenly layer Grand Prime, the Heavenless Demon Exalt. Even though he was heavily injured right now, he still posed a great threat to them. At the same time, Lian Wuji's 3 fire dragons that were basically condensed from the laws of fire caught up as well, wrapping around the 3 of them. You 3 traitors! Old man will turn you to dust! Lian Wuji bellowed out. The laws of fire in the surroundings condensed, becoming more and more powerful. Boom! At this moment there was a muffled sound. Luo Mantian broke free from Lian Wuji's fire dragons first. He used terrifying energy to shatter the fire dragons around him. Afterwards, he swung his dagger and gently slashed the fire dragons around He Dao and Gu Li. The fire dragon coiled around He Dao, and Gu Li immediately became like a deflated balloon. Its might weakened, and it was dispersed by the 2 of them. Immediately, the 3 of them broke free successfully. Aside from Luo Mantian, Gu Li and He Dao were in horrible shape. Large patches of their skin had been charred black, and they were covered in dust. This Lian Wuji really is powerful. He really is worthy of being a 2nd heavenly layer Grand Prime. Gu Li looked at his pitch-black arm and exclaimed. Only Luo Mantian was at the 2nd heavenly layer among the 3 of them. He Dao and He Dao were at the 1st heavenly layer, so it was naturally rather difficult for them to block Lian Wuji's furious strike. So what if he's at the 2nd heavenly layer? He'll die soon, He Dao said calmly before arriving with Gu Li and Luo Mantian. He stared at them coldly. Lian Wuji, Tong Wuming, and Zhou Zhidao did not pursue them. Instead, they arrived beside the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. Their faces were extremely ugly. This is the power of the curse. Luo Mantian, why you sure are vicious. Tong Wuming stared at the green skin on the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak and said painfully. His voice was filled with fury. He could tell with a single glance that the true fatal wound on the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was not from He Dao or Gu Li. Instead, it was the power of the curse on Luo Mantian's dagger. The power of the curse was the greatest threat. It was like a venomous snake, constantly gnawing away at the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak's flesh. It basically drained away the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak's vitality at all times. Compared to the power of the curse, the wounds from He Dao and Gu Li were not as severe. Chapter 26:63. Tong Wuming and Zhou Zhidao's expressions became ugly when they saw the power of the curse that had already spread throughout the Peak Lord's body and was rapidly deepening. The level of laws that the power of the curse involved surpassed theirs. As a result, Lian Wuji, Tong Wuming, and Zhou Zhidao were powerless against the curse on the Peak Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. The power of curses was extremely difficult to deal with. If one wanted to nullify it, they needed an expert who had also comprehended the power of curses and used the same laws of curses to slowly nullify it. Moreover, with the level of the laws of curses that the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak suffered from, they needed a late chaotic prime at the very least to nullify it. Otherwise, if their comprehension of the laws of curses was too low, they would be like ants trying to destroy an elephant. They would not be able to harm the Peak Lord at all. Of course, they could also find a supreme expert whose comprehension surpassed the owner of the curse and forcefully nullify the power of the curse with even more profound and powerful power of laws. That would also resolve the crisis the Peak Lord faced. However, the Cloud Plane did not possess the conditions to nullify the two powers of the curse. It's fine. The power of the curse has only been applied to the God artifact, so it's weakened. It won't be able to take my life for now. The Peak Lord's voice was rather weak. He had been ambushed by Luo Mantian, Gu Li, and He Dao first. Not only was he heavily injured, but he also had to use most of his power to suppress the power of the curse. As a result, he struggled to unleash even 30% of his strength. The injuries to his physical body could be treated with high-grade elixirs, but the curse power in his body had to be suppressed through his own cultivation. I really never thought that Luo Mantian, Gu Li, and He Dao would betray the Righteous Alliance and work with the Four Symbols Alliance. The Peak Lord sighed at the sky. He was melancholic. It'll probably be very difficult for our Righteous Alliance to survive this crisis. Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, that's where you're wrong. The three of us are not working with the Four Symbols Alliance. Instead, we've chosen to follow the young Star Lord, Luo Mantian said calmly. He did not feel guilty at all. He had avoided any grievances with the Four Symbols Alliance by saying that he was following the young Star Lord. Peak Lord, I must admit that you were very wise in the past, but you've made a mistake this time. You shouldn't have stood with the Tianyuan family. After all, the Tianyuan family only has Mingdong, who has connections with the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. Even though Mingdong has some status in the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, it's nowhere near as great as the young Star Lord. At most of the Heavenly Mountain of the Heavenly Clan, but the young Star Lord is the son of the Nine Brilliant Star, the Peak Lord's strength, Gu With of the Heavenly Chi of the Heavenly Heavens. Gu Li of Heaven Shaking Sect said. The law of power revolved around his body. Each of his bulging muscles contained explosive power. The burned parts of his body were rapidly recovering. Most importantly, a true sovereign stands behind the Nine Brilliants Star Lord. That's an existence that has transformed into the laws of the world. He can interfere with the operations of the laws of the world with his own will. He's the ruler of a world. He's supreme. However, the Heavenly Palace of Bishing only has the First Majesty. How can the heavenly palace of Bishing stand against the star brilliance mountain like that? He Dao from the Taoist sect of emergence said as well. As soon as he mentioned the sovereign, his eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and reverence. Even though he understood that the so-called sovereign was actually just a step beyond the ninth heavenly layer of Grand Prime, he was still a Grand Prime. However, this step was like ascending to the heavens. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Righteous Alliance, ever since the Tian Empire was destroyed in the past, we've always been in conflict. After so many years, we can finally put an end to it today, Gong Ji from the Four Symbols Alliance said. Said the old Gong Ji from the Four Symbols Alliance. Her deep eyes did not show any hesitation at all. Instead, they were filled with coldness and killing intent. What's the point of saying so much? Let's move together and destroy them as soon as possible. From today onwards, our Four Symbols Alliance will be in charge of the Cloud Plain, Wu Lu said rather eagerly. He even felt a sliver of excitement. Their Four Symbols Alliance was about to achieve what the Tian Empire had failed to achieve. The gentle breeze ancestor said nothing. He remained frowning the entire time as he hovered in the sea of stars silently. He glanced past the three experts who had betrayed the Righteous Alliance from time to time, and the light in his eyes flickered. Luo Mantian, He Dao, and Gu Li's betrayal had taken him by surprise. However, the gentle breeze ancestor felt very conflicted about their decision to submit to the young Star Lord. This was because the grievances between the Four Symbols Alliance and the Righteous Alliance were already so deep that they were difficult to resolve. Gong Ji and Wu Lu could let bygones be bygones, but the others were not as open-minded. Also, how many of them were willing to give up on their hatred and hatred? Changfeng Yun and Zheng, who remained silent as well. Clearly, they struggled to accept Luo Mantian, He Dao, and He Dao. After all, many experts and talented disciples from their clans and sects had died at the hands of the God's Fallen clan, the Hev-shaking sect, and the Taoist sect of emergence. This grievance could not be resolved with just a few words. After all, not everyone was as open-minded as Gong Ji and Wu Lu. As if she could guess what the three of them were thinking, Gong Ji said to the gentle breeze ancestor, Changfeng Yun, and Zheng Hu secretly, "The matter at hand is to destroy the Righteous Alliance. As for Luo Mantian and He Dao, the young Star Lord won't remain on the Cloud Plain forever. Once the situation on the Cloud Plain stabilizes, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with them." What's going on? Why have you all stopped? Why don't you do something and destroy those people from the Righteous Alliance? Only death awaits those who oppose me. At this moment, the young Star Lord flew out from the Cloud Plain. He was confident that victory was within his grasp. There were two chaotic primes beside the young Star Lord. They were responsible for his safety and preventing any accidents from happening when the peak experts of the Four Symbols Alliance clashed with the Righteous Alliance. The battle between the Grand Primes stopped. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianshan, and Su Ran flew into outer space together, arriving beside the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. "Peak Lord, your wounds." Jianshan stared at the power of curses on the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak sternly. He had also comprehended the laws of curses, but it remained at the early Divine King realm. As a result, he could clearly sense just how powerful the power of curses on the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was. This was the power of laws on the level of Grand Primes. "It's not enough to take my life for now. We've lost this battle, so we need to give the order to retreat quickly and abandon our foundation on the Cloud Plain," the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak said telepathically. Now that the Four Symbols Alliance had 8 experts, it was impossible for Lian Wuji, Tong Wuming, and Zhou Zhidao to emerge victorious against the Four Symbols Alliance. This was because they did not have an expert who could suppress all of them. The Gentle Breeze Ancestor is a third heavenly layer Grand Prime. Even though he's only a new expert who has broken through 2 centuries ago, only the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak can defeat him. We can only retreat now. Tong Wuming sighed gently. Seniors, it's still too early to say such things. We still don't know who will emerge victorious in this battle. We still don't know the outcome of the battle, said Jianchen. He was extremely calm and composed. Afterwards, he looked at the young Star Lord and said, You celebrate a little too early. Do you really think you can kill me with just the Four Symbols Alliance? As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, the space nearby suddenly distorted. The starlight was obscured, and the figure of a huge mountain appeared silently. This mountain was incomparably large. It covered the sky and blocked out the stars in the sky. From its initial blurry state, it quickly became clear. In the end, it seemed to have taken physical form. It silently appeared in the starry sky and arrived near the cloud plain like a ghost. This is. Whether it was the Righteous Alliance or the Four Symbols Alliance, they were all shocked when they saw the mountain that had suddenly appeared. This was because the huge mountain had just appeared too suddenly. Even as Grand Primes, they had failed to sense it at all. They were unable to sense where the mountain had come from or where it had come from. It was as if the mountain had always been hidden here and had only revealed itself at this moment. This seems to be the legendary Martial Soul Mountain. The Gentle Breeze ancestor stared at the mountain that had appeared silently as he growled. The Martial Soul Mountain was an object of legend in the eyes of many experts in the Saints' world. It only existed in rumors. There were not many people who had actually seen it. This was because the Saints' world was just too vast, and the Martial Soul Mountain did not remain in a single place. It floated in outer space without a fixed location. Apart from the successors of the Martial Soul lineage, it was very difficult for others to find traces of the Martial Soul Mountain. As a result, the Martial Soul Mountain was an object of legend to many Grand Primes. What? The Martial Soul Mountain? Is this the Martial Soul Mountain? The Martial Soul Mountain is the symbol of the Martial Soul lineage. Since the Martial Soul Mountain has appeared here, it means that the Martial Soul lineage has descended on our cloud plane. The ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance all cried out. All of them were unfamiliar with the Martial Soul Mountain, but they had heard many legends about the Martial Soul lineage. The Martial Soul lineage was an extremely unique lineage in the vast Saints' world. Even though they were few in number, no one dared to underestimate them. This was because every successor of the Martial Soul lineage possessed extremely great battle prowess. Fighting those at a higher level of cultivation was nothing new to them. The supreme prodigies that many large sects and organizations nurtured with great effort paled in comparison to any successor of the Martial Soul lineage. They were the symbol of invincibility among those at the same level of cultivation. They were invincible, true figures who could contend against the successors of Grand Exalts. Chapter 2664. Don't tell me Jianchen invited the Martial Soul lineage over? That's impossible. How can Jianchen be connected to the Martial Soul lineage? Gong Ji refused to accept this reality. The Gentle Breeze ancestor, Changfeng Yun, Zheng Hu, Wu Lu, Luo Mantian, He Dao, Gu Li, and so on all stared at the Martial Soul Mountain that had suddenly appeared in surprise and doubt. The light in their eyes flickered. On the cloud plain, none of the peak experts from the Righteous Alliance or the Four Symbols Alliance knew about the relationship between the Martial Soul lineage and Jianchen. This was because the cloud plane was one of the weakest planes in the Saints' world. The information they had was limited. It was impossible for them to know everything in the vast Saints' world. Only the young Star Lord knew about Jianchen. He also knew that Jianchen was the 8th successor of the Martial Soul lineage. However, the young Star Lord did not take the Martial Soul lineage seriously at all. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just the Martial Soul lineage? What's there to worry about? If they offend me, once Father takes action, they won't be able to avoid destruction even if they hide in the Martial Soul Mountain, the young Star Lord said proudly. With the 9 brilliant Star Lord support, he feared nothing at all. The martial soul lineage was indeed no threat to the Star Brilliance Mountain. On the Cloud Plain, the experts of the Tianyuan family faced off against the army of the Four Symbols Alliance outside the fortress of the Pingtian Empire. All the primordial realm experts on both sides stared at outer space. The battle between Grand Primes was just too intense, so they were unable to approach it with the senses of their souls. However, this did not stop them from observing with their eyes. Luo Mantion, Gu Li, and He Dao's betrayal shocked everyone on both sides. No one had expected the situation to take such a huge turn, where the Four Symbols Alliance that originally possessed the upper hand immediately fell into a disadvantage. The Righteous Alliance is finished. I never thought that the God's Fallen Clan, Daoist sect of emergence, and Heav-shaking sect would actually betray us. Haha, their betrayal has forced the Righteous Alliance into a corner. The Righteous Alliance is about to be destroyed. A chaotic prime laughed aloud from the Four Symbols Alliance. He was extremely delighted. In the past, the Righteous Alliance had once suffocated them because they understood the Righteous Alliance's strength. With what they had accumulated, the Four Symbols Alliance was not their opponent at all. Once the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak broke through, it would be the end of their Four Symbols Alliance. Yet now, the Righteous Alliance had actually fallen into internal strife. The Righteous Alliance had plummeted from heaven to hell in a single stroke. This greatly excited the experts of the Four Symbols Alliance. On the other side of the Tianyuan family, Protector Shui, Protector Mei, Protector Xing, and Protector Bai all had extremely ugly expressions. The Peak Lord of Heaven's Link Peak was heavily injured, and the betrayal of Luo Mantion and the others made them feel like they were facing the end of the world. Look, a mountain has suddenly appeared in outer space. It's such a huge mountain, and it's actually completely condensed from energy. Just how much energy is needed to create this? Suddenly, a chaotic prime great elder from the Four Symbols Alliance cried out. Immediately, the martial soul mountain that had silently descended appeared before everyone's eyes. Due to the distance, the colossal martial soul mountain was only the size of a sesame seed in everyone's eyes. This is the martial soul mountain. Why has the martial soul mountain come here? Protector Shui of the Tianyuan family cried out. He stared at the martial soul mountain in outer space as a strange light shone in his eyes. Martial Soul Mountain? Protector Shui, what kind of organization is the Martial Soul Mountain? Are they very powerful? Protector Mei, Protector Bai, and Protector Xing all looked at Protector Shui. Although the Martial Soul Mountain was very famous in the Saints' world, not everyone knew about it. Only a few ancient experts or well-informed people knew about its existence. Martial Soul Mountain? What organization is that? But it does sound slightly familiar, as if I've seen it in some ancient record, but I can't remember it. A great elder from the Four Symbols Alliance frowned when he heard Protector Shui's cry. He murmured softly as he sank into his thoughts. The Martial Soul Mountain is an everlasting legacy of the Saints' world, the Martial Soul lineage. Our Four Symbols Alliance doesn't have a lot of records regarding the Martial Soul lineage, but the records do describe the Martial Soul lineage as extremely impressive, said a great elder from the side. He stared at the Martial Soul Mountain in outer space as he felt some curiosity. Extremely impressive? How impressive is that? According to the records, it's a god of slaughter, a king of the same level of cultivation. A pressure suddenly appeared in outer space. Powerful pulses of energy churned up the river of stars, causing the expressions of all the Grand Primes from the Righteous Alliance and Four Symbols Alliance to change. The colossal mountain condensed from energy finally demonstrated its might and power at that moment. The Martial Soul lineage really does live up to its name. Just the illusionary Martial Soul Mountain before us possesses far more energy than me, Lai Yin Wuji sighed in amazement. The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and the others remained silent. However, they all stared at the Martial Soul Mountain. Clearly, they had no idea why the Martial Soul Mountain had come. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures flew over from the martial soul mountain. They did not give off any earth-shaking presences. They seemed like 3 ghosts, silently moving through the cold, dark space. They moved extremely quickly, arriving before Jianchen in a single instance. They were Han Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao. The eyes of the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji all narrowed. The approach of the martial soul lineage immediately made them raise their guard secretly. Even though Han Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao were all chaotic primes, the Grand Primes dared not to be careless against the martial soul lineage. 8th Junior, who's offended you? Tell me and I'll go take his head, Han Zong said casually. Han Zong said indifferently. He did not take the Grand Primes gathered here seriously at all. The hearts of the Grand Primes all shuddered when they heard how Han Zong referred to them as 8th Junior. Shock filled their eyes. Since the people from the Martial Soul Mountain referred to Jianchen as Junior, did that not mean that Jianchen was also a successor of the Martial Soul lineage? How can Jianchen be a member of the Martial Soul lineage? That's impossible. The Gentle Breeze ancestor of the Four Symbols Alliance was in disbelief as well. He knew a little more about the secrets of the Martial Soul lineage. It was known as an indestructible legacy in the Saints' world. In the Saints' world, even peak organizations with grand exalts would not dare to claim that their legacy was indestructible because many grand exalts had been destroyed throughout history. However, the Martial Soul lineage was truly indestructible. Chapter 2665. Greetings to First Senior Brother, Second Senior Brother, and Third Senior Brother. I'll probably have to rely on you this time. Jianchen clasped his fist. He glanced at Yu Chao and discovered that Yu Chao had basically recovered from his injuries from the protector swords, so he immediately stopped worrying. Haha, we're all brothers of the same sect, so let's not be so formal. Moreover, 8th Junior Brother, you're the most outstanding out of the 8 of us. Who knows, we might even have to rely on you in the future, Chu Jian laughed. Chu Jian chuckled aloud. He truly treated Jianchen as a fellow disciple. He did not have any selfish motives, nor did he try to deceive him. The Grand Primes of the Four Symbols Alliance were stern. They had never thought that Jianchen was actually a member of the Martial Soul lineage. Now that the Martial Soul Mountain had descended, they found it troublesome. Even though the Martial Soul lineage did not have any Grand Primes, they were still renowned. All the experts who knew a little about the Martial Soul lineage would fear the Martial Soul lineage slightly, unless they were terrifyingly powerful enough to be fearless. The Martial Soul lineage is known to be invincible among the same level of cultivation. Their battle prowess is extremely impressive, but they're only chaotic primes in the end. The difference between chaotic primes and grand primes is like a chasm. I really don't believe they can challenge Grand Primes with their cultivation as 9th Heavenly Layer chaotic primes. However, Guli from the Hevtrembling sect did not fear the Martial Soul lineage at all. He had comprehended the laws of strength, so his battle prowess was one of the best among the same level of cultivation. He took a step forward. His eyes were cold as he radiated with killing intent. The laws of strength in the surroundings revolved around him, and every single muscle on his body possessed destructive power. With a single movement, he could shatter space. I'm Guli from the Hevtrembling sect, and I've come to experience the so-called Martial Soul force of the Martial Soul lineage. However, let me make this clear first. If you're not as powerful as the legends say, you can't blame anyone if you accidentally die to my fist. Guli sneered with ridicule and mockery. Guli sneered with a hint of mockery and provocation. Then, he directly attacked, breaking the void with a punch. The power was so terrifying that it caused the starry sky to tremble. Thousands of stars were swaying. He did not hold back with the punch. It was filled with killing intent. You're just a Grand Prime who has comprehended the laws of strength, and you're only at the first heavenly layer, yet you dare to provoke our Martial Soul lineage? A sliver of disdain appeared on Chu Jian's face. He looked at Gu Li, and powerful martial soul force suddenly surged out. It was invisible, piercing through space and time, ignoring all obstructions. It arrived first, entering Gu Li's soul in a single instance. Suddenly, Gu Li let out a muffled groan. His body staggered, and the terrifying power condensed on his fist quickly dissipated. His face instantly became incomparably pale. His primordial spirit had already suffered heavy injuries, and his head felt like it was going to split apart. He was in extreme pain, and the world in his eyes was spinning. Chu Jian was one of the 3 most powerful people in the martial soul lineage. His martial soul force was extremely powerful. Regular Grand Primes really could not endure his martial soul force. You're only a first heavenly layer Grand Prime, yet you're so arrogant. Killing you is far too easy. Chu Jian snorted coldly. In a flash, he appeared in front of Gu Li. Wielding his sword, he directly chopped off Gu Li's head. Spurt! Blood sprayed as a head flew high into the air. Gu Li basically could not put up any resistance, having been beheaded by Chu Jian in a single stroke. Gu Li! Luo Mantian and He Dao cried out. They paled in fright and immediately flew over with lightning speed to save him. Things happened too fast. They didn't even have time to react before Gu Li's head was chopped off. This was too shocking. It was too unbelievable. However, as long as a Grand Prime soul remained, they would not truly die. Gu Li had only lost his head. His soul remained. However, his soul still had not recovered from Chu Jian's martial soul force attack. Swish! With a flash, Chu Jian stabbed out a second time. The sharp tip of the sword struck Gu Li's forehead, piercing his entire head. Arg! This time, Gu Li finally could not help but cry out miserably. This was a cry from his soul. His soul had been pierced by Chu Jian's sword, and it slowly dispersed. The ancestor of the heaven-shaking sect, Gu Li, had died. The expressions of the Grand Primes of the 4 Symbols Alliance changed drastically when they personally witnessed Gu Li's death. All of them widened their eyes as they stared at the dead soul on Chu Jian's sword. Their hearts churned. The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lai Yin Wuji were completely stunned at that moment. They seemed to have been petrified. That was a Grand Prime, an existence who stood at the apex of a plane. An expert who could shake up the cloud plane with just a stomp of his foot had died just like that. They found this hard to believe. At this moment 2 more grunts rang out. They came from Luo Mantian and He Dao. The 2 of them wanted to save Gu Li, but not only did they fail to save him, but they even froze up halfway as their faces changed drastically. Hun Zong and Yu Chao had used their martial soul force to injure Luo Mantian and He Dao's souls. Afterwards, Hun Zong and Yu Chao shot towards Luo Mantian and He Dao at the same time. They had a short conversation with Jianchen, so they had completely understood the situation on the cloud plane. They knew who their enemies were. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do something. Gong Ji called out and took the initiative to assist them. They had already lost Gu Li, so Luo Mantian and He Dao could not die. Otherwise, the advantage that the 4 Symbols Alliance had managed to salvage after so much difficulty would be gone. Moreover, now that Jianchen had the martial soul lineage behind him, the 4 Symbols Alliance needed experts like Luo Mantian and He Dao even more if they wanted to fend them off. Boom! With a deafening sound, powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the sea of stars as a storm. Gong Ji had already arrived beside Luo Mantian and clashed with Hun Zong, stopping him from killing Luo Mantian. Wu Lu basically struck out at the same time as Gong Ji. He arrived before He Dao in a flash and clashed with him. At the same time, he called out, "Martial Soul Lineage, Jianchen has offended the young Star Lord. He's someone the young Star Lord wants to kill. If you continue to protect Jianchen, you'll be opposing the Star Brilliance Mountain and becoming enemies with the 9 Brilliance Star Lord. You better consider the consequences carefully." Ha 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 ha, let alone the 9 brilliant Star-Lord, so what if we become enemies with Grand Exalts and the entire Saints' world? Our martial soul lineage is not cowardly. Chu Jian laughed aloud fearlessly. Young Star-Lord, let's retreat. The 2 ninth heavenly layer chaotic primes from the 4 Symbols Alliance were stern. They blocked the young Star-Lord and protected him as they retreated quickly. Chapter 2666. Martial Soul Force really is powerful. It's no wonder that the martial soul lineage is known to be invincible among the same level of cultivation. With such unbelievable power, it'll probably be very difficult to find an opponent who can rival you at the same level of cultivation. Luo Mantion had already recovered from the attack from Hun Zhang's martial soul force. He was extremely stern. As soon as he thought about what he had gone through earlier, he shivered inside. This was because he had actually become dazed from the attack of martial soul force earlier. His perception of the outside world had plummeted. Even though it was just a few seconds, a battle between experts like them could determine life and death in a single breath. What made him feel even more terrified was that he was unable to resist martial soul force at all. The only thing he could do was become a living target and forcefully endure the attack. Everyone, be careful. Don't fight them one-on-one, Gong Ji called out loudly. Gong Ji called out. She was also extremely stern. Even though her opponent was only a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, the threat he posed to her was far greater than grand primes. The only thing that made Gong Ji feel at ease was that the people of the martial soul lineage seemed to be able to affect the souls of grand primes by concentrating their martial soul force on a single person, causing them to become dazed or injure their souls. If the martial soul force was dispersed and used against 2 grand primes simultaneously, there would be nothing to worry about. It would not affect them too much. At that moment, everyone from the 4 Symbols Alliance aside from the Gentle Breeze ancestor took action. Coupled with Luo Mantion and He Dao, a total of 6 grand primes engaged in an intense battle with Hun Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao. Hun Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao's battle prowess was truly astounding. They were unrivaled. As 9th heavenly layer chaotic primes, they managed to fight evenly against the grand primes of the 4 Symbols Alliance. Although they did not gain the upper hand, they were not at a disadvantage either. Moreover, they would send out strands of martial soul force from time to time, causing a lot of trouble for the grand primes of the 4 Symbols Alliance. God damn it, there's something strange about their power. Every time I clash with them, my soul will be impacted by a strange power. I can't isolate it at all. We can't prolong the battle with them, or we'll definitely be the ones to suffer if it drags on. We need to end it quickly, Zheng Hu called out. His face was extremely ugly, and it was slightly pale. Zheng Hu was someone who had just broken through to Grand Prime recently. In terms of the toughness of his soul, he was the weakest among all the Grand Primes, so he was the first to feel the pressure. Boom! With a great boom, Gong Ji had actually been blown away by Hun Zhang's punch. Her old body was blown away like a meteor as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Impossible, this is impossible. Gong Ji was absent-minded. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the bastard in disbelief. Why, you're clearly only a chaotic prime, so why is your energy so tremendous? This has clearly surpassed the level of chaotic primes, Gong Ji cried out as if she had lost her mind. He's still a chaotic prime, but his cultivation has already become a grand prime. This defies common sense. Luo Mantion was stunned as well. He stared at Hun Zong blankly. Cultivation referred to the comprehension of the laws of the world. As for cultivation, it referred to the level of energy accumulated in a powerhouse's body. The cultivation of all cultivators in the Saints' world would be limited by their cultivation level. Only when their cultivation level increased would their cultivation level increase. As a result, cultivation level would always be in front of cultivation level. Existences whose cultivation surpassed their cultivation could appear, but there had never been a case where cultivation surpassed cultivation. This was because this was the law of the world, the order. However, Hun Zong had clearly overturned this order. The martial soul lineage is actually so powerful. The heavily injured lord of the Heaven's Link Peak, Lian Wuji, Zhou Jidao, and Tong Wuming were shocked as well. Even though they had heard about the martial soul lineage before, it was only limited to the records and rumors. In reality, they could not help but doubt it. However, only now did they truly become astounded after witnessing the power of the martial soul lineage with their own eyes. Let's do it as well. This time, we have to make the Four Symbols Alliance pay a heavy price, Tong Wuming said coldly as killing intent surged in his eyes. The arrival of the martial soul lineage had turned the situation around once more. They gained the upper hand once again. Luo Mantian and He Dao, those two traitors. We have to cut them to pieces. We have to make them pay a heavy price for what they have done, Zhou Jidao gritted his teeth. He hated the two of them to the bone. Humph. Old man wants their souls to burn in roaring flames for 10,000 years. He wants them to die in pain, Lian Wuji said sternly. Jianshan had already collected Gu Li's corpse. As soon as he heard what the three experts of the Righteous Alliance said, he immediately said, "Seniors, please rest up for now. Our martial soul lineage can deal with the Four Symbols Alliance." With that, Jianshan flew towards the Martial Soul Mountain nearby. On the Martial Soul Mountain, the fourth senior brother Yun Ziding, the fifth senior sister Su Qi, the sixth senior brother Bai Rufeng, and the seventh senior brother Aoyama stood side by side. They paid close attention to the battle below. They did not take part, as the battle below involved Grand Primes. Even though there were chaotic primes among them, they were nowhere close to Hun Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao. Greetings, fourth senior brother, fifth senior sister, sixth senior brother, and seventh senior brother. Jianshan clasped his fist and bowed towards his seniors. There's no need to be so polite, eighth junior brother. I saw you collect the corpse of the dead Grand Prime earlier. Are the corpses your fifth senior sister gave you not enough? Yun Ziding asked. Naturally, the more corpses the better. I need more of them, said Jianshan. That's not a problem. The corpses of primordial realm experts are easy. Aren't there a few more down there? Eighth junior brother, form the martial soul array with us and assist the three seniors. We'll try to kill one more person, said the fifth senior sister Su Qi. Even though she was a woman, she did not hold back at all. All right. Jianshan had already learnt about the martial soul array. It was only one of the many formations on the martial soul mountain. Afterwards, Jianshan, Yun Ziding, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng, and Aoyama immediately formed a formation. They formed the martial soul array with the five of them. As soon as the martial soul array was formed, Jianshan immediately experienced a wondrous feeling. It was as if his power, soul, martial soul force, and even his vital energies had fused with his four seniors perfectly, becoming indistinguishable from each other. Chapter 2667. With the five of us combined, I'm afraid we can rival Senior Chu Jian and Senior Yu Chao. Jianshan was greatly shocked when he sensed the combined strength of the five of them. Among the five of them, Yun Ziding was a fifth heavenly layer chaotic prime, Su Qi was a third heavenly layer chaotic prime, Bai Rufeng was a ninth heavenly layer chaotic prime, and Aoyama had only become an infinite prime recently. If it were other cultivators at the same level of cultivation, it would have been impossible for them to reach the level of a ninth heavenly layer chaotic prime, even if they combined their strength through the formation. This was because the difference between a fifth heavenly layer chaotic prime and a ninth heavenly layer chaotic prime was not just in terms of quantity. There was also a difference in quality. However, the martial soul lineage could easily achieve this through the martial soul array. Eighth junior, who do we kill? Aoyama's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Once they were in the martial soul array, the five of them no longer needed to communicate with words. Their minds were connected, so they only needed to think and the other four could sense it. It was extremely profound. Let's pick the weaker ones first. It'll be much easier to kill the weaker ones. We might not be able to kill the stronger ones in a single strike, said Jianchen. Severing one finger was better than injuring all 10. Moreover, the corpses of Grand Primes were just too tempting to him. This was because just a single corpse of an expert like that would be immeasurably helpful to the growth of the immortal devouring orchid. The growth of the immortal devouring orchid would only require more and more corpses of experts, and the requirements for cultivation would become greater and greater. He needed to collect as many as possible. With just the 5 of you, even with the martial soul array, you can only injure Grand Primes at most. Killing them will be rather difficult. Use your martial soul force to keep the other person busy. Leave the killing to me, said Chu Jian. Chu Jian's voice rang out. He fought against Jing Hu and Chang Fengyun from the Four Symbols Alliance all by himself. With his advantage in martial soul force, he temporarily locked in a stalemate with Jing Hu and Chang Fengyun. Jianchen glanced down. He had some understanding of the peak experts of the Four Symbols Alliance. He said, the 2 of them are Chang Fengyun and Jing Hu. Chang Fengyun has been a Grand Prime for many years now, while it's said that Jing Hu has only broken through recently. Kill Jing Hu first. Jianchen's eyes were cold. He showed no pity at all. Now, he had completely fallen out with the Four Symbols Alliance and become enemies with them. Coupled with the young Star Lord, his relationship with the Four Symbols Alliance had developed to a point where only one of them could survive. Let's restrain Chang Fengyun and buy time for second senior brother. Fourth senior brother Yun Ziding immediately shouted. In the next moment, the martial soul array shone brightly. Energy on par with 9th heavenly layer chaotic primes erupted, forming a dazzling pillar of energy that shot towards Chang Fengyun. Chang Fengyun frowned. He was extremely stern. Even though he did not take the attacks of mere 9th heavenly layer chaotic primes seriously as a grand prime, he dared not underestimate the martial soul lineage at all. He wore God artifact armor as energy surged around him. The power of laws revolved around him as he directly extended a finger. The finger contained the terrifying power of a grand prime. It seemed to be compatible with the world, possessing profound truths of the world. This was the terror of Grand Primes. Their comprehension of the ways of the world had reached an extremely deep level. Just a casual attack from them possessed the might of the world. Boom! With a great sound, the attacks from Jianchen and the others were dispersed by Chang Fengyun's finger. Even though they were 9th heavenly layer chaotic primes when they worked together, they were on par with Chu Jian and Yu Chao. However, they were still lacking when compared to Chu Jian and Yu Chao. However, Chang Fengyun had only dispersed the energy. He was unable to do anything about the martial soul force within the energy. The remaining martial soul force seemed to have fused with space. It was invisible, impossible to see with the naked eye and impossible to capture with the senses of the soul. It shot into Chang Fengyun's head like a hot knife through butter. Even with Chang Fengyun's God artifact armor, he was unable to stop the martial soul force from entering his head. Chang Fengyun Feng's expression changed slightly. At that moment there was a slight delay in his attack. Martial soul-destroying technique. On the mountain soul, the powers of Jianchen and the others all gathered on Yun Ziding. With a thought, Jianchen and the others immediately felt their martial soul force plummet. The soul-destroying technique had already been used, turning into an invisible sword that stabbed into Chang Fengyun's soul in a single instance. This time, the martial soul force attack was several times more powerful than before. Chang Fengyun immediately grunted. He felt like his soul had been pierced by needles, giving him a splitting headache. Yunxin knew that the situation was bad. If Chu Jian attacked him at a time like this, he would be in life-threatening danger. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated rapidly, pulling away from Chu Jian. He planned on continuing after his soul recovered. With Chang Fengyun's departure, only Zheng who remained to fight Chu Jian. Without the other person keeping you busy, you won't be able to fight back at all. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand, Chu Jian said coldly. Chu Jian coldly spoke. His eyes abruptly darkened, as though they were two black holes in the universe. A terrifying energy was contained within. Zheng Hu's face changed drastically when he saw Chu Jian's eyes. He knew that this was what martial soul force looked like, and it was not a regular attack either. However, even if Zheng Hu sensed it, it was too late. Ignoring the fact that he could not block martial soul force at all, Chu Jian could use martial soul force with a single thought. By the time Zheng Hu noticed Chu Jian's eyes, Chu Jian had already struck out with martial soul force, arriving in an instant. Immediately, Zheng Hu grunted. His body shook violently as the pain from his soul was unbearable. He temporarily lost his senses of the outside world. Swish! At the same time, there was a flash of light, and Chu Jian's sword stabbed out with lightning speed, piercing Zheng Hu's head. Zheng Hu had been annihilated in body and soul. Chu Jian flicked his sword and directly tossed Zheng Hu's corpse towards the martial soul mountain before continuing towards Changfeng Yun. Zheng Hu is actually dead. Changfeng Yun gradually recovered. He stared at Zheng Hu's corpse blankly as cold sweat covered his forehead. God damn it! Gong Ji, Wu Lu, and the others all cursed inside. With Zheng Hu's death, they had lost another peak expert. The scales of victory gradually shifted away from them. On the other hand, Luo Mantian and He Dao were extremely solemn. They looked at Zheng Hu's corpse without making a sound. Let's retreat. The gentle breeze ancestor sighed gently. At that moment, his face was filled with worry. He stared at Zhou Zhidao, Tong Wuming, and Lian Wuji, who had yet to take action as well. He turned around and left. Gong Ji, Wu Lu, and Changfeng Yun also knew that the current situation was disadvantageous to them. The three of them no longer lingered on the battle, retreating without any hesitation. Luo Mantian and He Dao looked at each other. They gritted their teeth and could only retreat with everyone else. However, they did not return to the God's Fallen clan or the Taoist sect of emergence. Instead, they directly went to the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance. At the same time, all the formations in the headquarters were activated, unleashing their greatest defenses. The entire Four Symbols Alliance was on high alert. Chapter 2668. The Gentle Breeze Ancestor, Gong Ji, Wu Lu, and Changfeng Yun of the Four Symbols Alliance stood together with Luo Mantian and He Dao, who had defected from the Righteous Alliance. Every single one of them was a legendary figure on the Cloud Plane. Many cultivators would never be able to see them in their entire lives. Their every word and action could influence the entire Cloud Plane. At this moment, there were 6 Grand Primes, representing more than half of the peak experts on the Cloud Plane. They all stood within the protective formation sternly as they stared into the distance. There was a sliver of worry on their faces that was extremely rare to them. Sigh, we've already entered a dead end. If we don't have any external help, our Four Symbols Alliance won't be able to survive this. Gong Ji, Wu Lu, are you satisfied with how things have developed now? The Gentle Breeze Ancestor let out a long sigh and said sternly. His voice was filled with blame. He did not agree with Gong Ji and Wu Lu's actions in the first place. Now that the situation had developed like this, it could be said that all of this was caused by the two of them. The Gentle Breeze Ancestor said nothing about Luo Mantian and He Dao. Even though they were once enemies and their enmity was very difficult to resolve, their Four Symbols Alliance really did need the two of them right now. Gentle Breeze, there's no point in looking into this now that things have developed like this. None of us thought that Jianshin would actually be a member of the martial soul lineage. Moreover, the martial soul lineage's battle prowess seems to be even greater than the rumors. The 3 chaotic primes are just too terrifying, Gong Ji said emotionlessly. Gong Ji said emotionlessly. She gazed into the distance, where the martial soul lineage resided. Fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. It was not just her. In reality, all the peak experts on the cloud plane were quite frightened by the terrifying battle prowess of the martial soul lineage. Ninth heavenly layer chaotic primes were actually able to kill grand primes so easily. In just a short amount of time, 2 grand primes had died. This was just too shocking. If it were not for the fact that it was happening right before their eyes, they would never have believed it. Young Star-Lord, you've seen it too. With the addition of the martial soul lineage, our 4 Symbols Alliance is no longer their opponent. We can only rely on you now, young Star-Lord, Gong Ji said to the young Star-Lord with a hint of pleading. The Gentle Breeze ancestor, Changfeng Yun, Wu Lu, He Dao, and Luo Mantian all looked at the young Star-Lord. Indeed, in the current situation, their 4 Symbols Alliance was at an absolute disadvantage. Just the martial soul lineage was enough to make them struggle to fend them off, let alone the fact that the Righteous Alliance had Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji. Their only hope right now was the young Star-Lord. Fortunately, I've succeeded. I've already killed a 2nd Grand Prime. 8th Junior, take care of the corpse. Chu Jian laughed aloud. With a flick of his sword, Zheng Hu's corpse directly flew into the Martial Soul Mountain. The Martial Soul array on the illusionary Martial Soul Mountain had already stopped. Jianchen caught Zheng Hu's corpse with a single hand. He secretly rejoiced when he sensed the terrifying power within. He had never thought that he would obtain the corpses of 2 Grand Primes so quickly. This would increase the immortal devouring orchid's strength by a lot. These are their space rings. Seniors, I'll leave these 2 space rings to you. Jianchen removed Guli and Zheng Hu's space rings and handed them over. Regular Grand Primes probably don't have anything that can catch our attention. You 5 can have a look and see if there's anything you need, said Jianchen. Hun Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao set foot on the Martial Soul Mountain. They did not even look through the space rings before handing them to Yun Ziding, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng, and Aoyama. All right, I won't hold back then. Yun Ziding chuckled. He accepted the space rings and checked through them. There are quite a lot of colored divine crystals in there. I've taken a portion of them and a few materials. You can split the rest among the 4 of you. Afterwards, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng, and Aoyama each took what they needed. In the end, they gave the rest to Jianchen. The 5 of them split the treasures of the 2 Grand Primes just like that. Jianchen did not check what was left in there. He directly stowed the 2 space rings away. Thank you for your assistance, or our 4 Symbols Alliance would have been doomed this time. The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji arrived before the Martial Soul Mountain and clasped their fists. Even though the strongest experts of the Martial Soul lineage were only chaotic primes, they did not dare to underestimate them at all. They treated them extremely carefully. Suddenly, a powerful pulse of energy attracted Jianchen's attention on the cloud plane. Jianchen was currently in outer space, and the cloud plane was a flat piece of land that hovered in outer space. As a result, he could see the 5 regions on the cloud plane with a single glance. He discovered that an intense battle had erupted in the eastern, northern, and central regions. The terrifying ripples of energy actually formed visible ripples, wreaking havoc in the 2 regions as storms. Jianchen could tell with a single glance where the battle in the northern region had erupted. It was where the God's Fallen clan resided. You're moving against the God's Fallen clan? Jianchen asked. The light in his eyes flickered as he was eager to try. The God's Fallen clan, the Taoist sect of emergence, and the Heav-shaking sect have betrayed the Righteous Alliance. We naturally won't spare them, Lian Wuji gritted his teeth. That's right. Luo Mantian and He Dao will pay a heavy price for their betrayal. We'll purge the God's Fallen clan, the Heav-shaking sect, and the Taoist sect of emergence. We'll wipe them all out, Zhou Zhidao said murderously. This time, the sudden betrayal of Luo Mantian and the others had almost caused them to fall into a bottomless abyss. As a result, they all gritted their teeth in hatred towards the 3 of them. Peak Lord, how are your wounds? Jianshan looked at the Peak Lord of the Heavens Link Peak and frowned. I'm fine for now. I can still suppress the power of the curse for now. You go deal with the 3 clans first. The Peak Lord waved his hand and said rather weakly. All right then. Let's deal with the God's Fallen clan, the Taoist sect of emergence, and the Heav-shaking sect first. There's no need to show mercy this time. Jianshan immediately flew towards the northern region. He was impatient, as if he was even more eager to destroy the 3 organizations than the Righteous Alliance. The Taoist sect of emergence, the Heav-shaking sect, and the God's Fallen clan are all protected by powerful formations. The great elders of our clans will not be able to get through them. We'll need to do it ourselves. Tong Wuming looked down at where the 3 clans were and said to Lian Wuji and Zhou Jidao. Afterwards, the 3 of them split up and headed towards the 3 organizations. At the same time, a young boy sat on the roof of an inn in boredom in the imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. If Jianshan were here, he would definitely recognize the boy. He was the boy he had met when he went to the Myriad Bone Guild. On the surface, he seemed like an ordinary child of a farmer, but his strength was unfathomable. The 9 Brilliant Star Lord probably wants to use his foster son to eliminate Jianshan. However, he overestimates his foster son's abilities too much. Unless he uses the power of the Star Brilliance plane or personally makes arrangements, it'll be impossible for his foster son to eliminate Jianshan. However, if he personally makes arrangements and interferes too much, there'll naturally be more traces. The 9 Brilliant Star Lord probably doesn't have the courage to do that, or once the Anata Grand Exalt divines the heavenly secrets and learns the truth. If he destroys the Anata Grand Exalt's fruit of ways, let alone the 9 Brilliant Star Lord, even the Bloodtear Grand Exalt will suffer. I don't dare to imagine just how terrifying an enraged Anata Grand Exalt will be. A fruit appeared in the heartless child's hand. He ate it as he looked at the endless stream of people on the streets below. He murmured, since Jianshan is a fruit of ways, he'll die in the end. However, he can't die on the Cloud Plain. The heartless child suddenly looked at outer space when he reached there. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the endless space and see the depths of the universe. Chapter 2669. Extremely far away from the Cloud Plain, there was a meteor that was not very large. It hovered there silently as if it had fused with the stars. And on this meteorite there was a man in green clothes. His figure was like a ghost as he stood there silently. He concealed all of his presence, making him seem like he had fused with outer space. Even standing close to him would be very difficult to sense his existence. The azure-robed man was the renowned Azure Pring King of the Saints' world. At the same time, he was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Lone Heaven Plain, the heavenly king of azure brilliance. He currently stood on the meteor with his arms behind his back. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the piece of land that was only the size of a sesame seed. The piece of land was the Cloud Plain, one of the 49 great plains of the Saints' world. Because it was just too far away, the colossal Cloud Plain had shrunk in the eyes of the heavenly king of azure brilliance. The 9 Brilliant Star Lord has already announced that he is going into seclusion to break through to Grand Exalt, yet his adopted son has come to the Cloud Plain to cause trouble, offending even Jianshan. It looks like the 9 Brilliant Star Lord didn't tell his adopted son that the Anata Grand Exalt was still alive before he entered seclusion, causing his adopted son to even provoke the heavenly palace of Bishing. The heavenly king of azure brilliance murmured as he stared at the Cloud Plain. Even though he was extremely far away from the Cloud Plain, the heavenly king of azure brilliance could see everything that happened there clearly. The heavenly king of azure brilliance seemed to think of something, and his lips suddenly curled into an extremely strange smile. He said softly, "I wonder what kind of expression the 9 Brilliant Star Lord will have once he emerges from seclusion and learns that Jianshan has actually died to his adopted son. It's just that his adopted son is far too weak. He won't be able to kill Jianchen by himself. Jianchen is a thorn in my heart as well. I'd like to kill him as soon as possible, but I can't do anything about him because of the Anata Grand Exalt. However, since the 9 brilliant Star Lord's adopted son has fallen out with him, why don't I just go with the flow? The heavenly king of Azure Brilliance's smile became even more strange and sinister. In the northern region of the Cloud Plain, the entire God's Fallen clan was enveloped by a powerful formation. Energy surged within the formation, shining with blinding light. The endless energy pushed the defenses of the formation to the limit. Outside the formation, many experts hovered in the air. With 4 old men in the lead, they continuously unleashed powerful attacks. They continuously bombarded the protective formation of the God's Fallen clan. Deafening booms rang out incessantly, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to shatter. The experts who attacked the God's Fallen family were all from the Sea family. Ever since the martial soul lineage appeared and gained the upper hand, Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji gave orders to launch devastating attacks against the God's Fallen clan, the Taoist sect of emergence, and the Heavshaking sect. As a result, the Sea family had basically sent all their elites this time. The 4 great chaotic prime great elders arrived at the God's Fallen clan with a group of experts as quickly as they could. The Heavshaking sect and the Taoist sect of emergence faced the revenge of the Fire God clan and the Cosmic sect respectively. The protective formation of the God's Fallen clan was personally cast down by Luo Mantion. With our strength, there's no hope for us to get through unless we deplete all the energy in the formation. There's a teleportation formation in the God's Fallen clan. They should be using the teleportation formation to move the fire seed in the clan away. We need to get through the formation as soon as possible, or we'll only be left with an empty sect. The 4 great elders from the Sea family called out. They were secretly worried, but there was nothing they could do about the formation before them. Stand down. Let me do it. Just when the 4 of them were utterly flustered, an old voice rang out. The ancestor of the Sea family, Tong Wuming, appeared before them. Old Patriarch, that's great. You actually came. The 4 Sea clan grand elders were overjoyed and saluted one after another. Greetings to the ancestor. All the disciples of the Sea family behind bowed as well. They were overjoyed. Tong Wuming said nothing. He held a metal rod in his hand. As he circulated his energy, a terrifying pressure immediately erupted from the metal rod, devastating. To no surprise, the metal rod was a god artifact. It was a medium-quality god artifact. Tong Wuming directly smashed the protective formation of the God's Fallen clan with his metal rod. With a violent boom, the ground quaked, and a terrifying storm of energy flattened the mountains. A huge crack was ripped open in the space there. The protective formation of the God's Fallen clan flickered violently, flickering. The energy in the formation was being depleted at an extremely shocking rate. However, the protective formation managed to endure Tong Wuming's strike in the end. Tong Wuming did not stop. He swung his rod and continued to attack. Every strike brought with it an earth-shaking ripple of energy. It was extremely powerful, causing the entire ground to shake violently. Various parts of the ground collapsed. After a total of 5 strikes, the protective formation of the God's Fallen clan finally collapsed, revealing the structures hidden by the formation. By now, the God's Fallen clan had already descended into chaos. Many of the disciples fled frantically in fear. They all rushed towards the teleportation formations of the God's Fallen clan. 2 teleportation formations stood in the central square of the God's Fallen clan. The teleportation formations constantly flickered, sending away the talented juniors of the God's Fallen clan. 5 people of various ages hovered in the air above the God's Fallen clan. They gave off surging presences. The 5 of them were all chaotic primes. They were the 5 great elders of the God's Fallen clan. However, the faces of the 5 of them had turned somewhat pale. The 5 of them maintained the formations of the God's Fallen clan. Now that Tong Wuming had shattered the protective formation with absolute strength, the 5 of them were affected as well. "I'll go destroy the teleportation formation," one of the great elders of the Tong family called out from behind Tong Wuming and immediately flew towards the teleportation formation. "Don't even think about it," the great elder of the God's Fallen clan bellowed out furiously. He was sorrowful, ready to die as he went up to stop him. However, at this moment, space exploded. A huge spatial crack appeared, and a metal rod ripped through the sky, smashing down with devastating power. The great elder of the God's Fallen clan was unable to put up any resistance at all. He was struck in the head by the metal rod, and his soul was wiped out. The person who had struck out was Tong Wuming. With his supreme strength as a Grand Prime, he had personally killed a great elder of the God's Fallen clan. The expressions of the 4 remaining great elders of the God's Fallen clan all changed when they saw this. "Tong Wuming, you're a respected senior after all. How can you lower yourself like this and come over to bully us juniors? How can you do something as disgraceful as that?" The great elder of the God's Fallen clan, Luo Heping, called out. His face became extremely ugly. If it were just the 4 great elders of the Tong family, they could still charge out, but now that a Grand Prime had struck out, it was impossible for them to survive. "In order to prevent the 5 of you from escaping and to reduce the casualties of our Tong family, Old Man can only take action personally," Tong Wuming said calmly. Then, he swung the metal rod in his hand and continued to attack the remaining 4 great elders. The difference between chaotic primes and grand primes was just too great. Moreover, the chaotic primes of the God's Fallen clan were not particularly powerful, so they basically could not fight back at all against Tong Wuming. Tong Wuming struck out again and again, showing no mercy. Very soon, he killed off the 4 remaining great elders of the God's Fallen clan. None of them managed to escape. The 4 great elders of the Tong family hunted down the infinite primes of the God's Fallen clan. Chapter 2670. At that moment, the God's Fallen clan was completely powerless before the Tong family because all the grand primes and chaotic primes of the God's Fallen clan had died. On the other hand, the Tong family adopted a strategy of using strength against weakness. The 4 great elders of the chaotic prime clan dealt with the infinite primes of the God's Fallen clan, while the infinite primes of the Tong family dealt with the divine king of the God's Fallen clan. Basically, the people of the God's Fallen clan had to face enemies an entire major realm of cultivation higher than them. Naturally, they were not their opponents. The battle that erupted in the God's Fallen clan was extremely intense. In a short amount of time, the God's Fallen clan suffered heavy casualties. The 5 dead great elders of the God's Fallen clan had also become highly sought after by the experts of the Sea family. This was because the space rings on their fingers were extremely tempting to the Sea family as well. As a result, one of the 4 chaotic prime great elders of the Sea family specially went to collect the space rings. "Luo Heping, I never thought you'd have a day like this. Ha!" The great elder of the Tong family, Tong Xiao, currently gripped Luo Heping's neck and lifted him high into the air as he laughed viciously. He had developed personal grievances with Luo Heping long ago, so he had wanted to kill Luo Heping long ago. However, due to the fact that he and Luo Heping were both members of the upper echelon of 2 peak clans on the Cloud Plain, he could only bury this grievance deep in his heart so as to not affect the relationship between the Tong family and the God's Fallen clan. Now, Luo Heping's corpse was in his hands. Even though he had not killed Luo Heping, he still felt extremely satisfied. "Luo Heping, although I can't kill you personally, I can destroy your corpse personally. I want you to be reduced to ashes," Tong Xiao laughed loudly. His eyes shone with cold light. With that, he wanted to destroy Luo Heping's corpse. However, at this moment, a streak of light flew over, and Jianshan appeared beside Tong Xiao. He clasped his fist at Tong Xiao and said, "Senior, this is the corpse of a chaotic prime after all. If you destroy it like this, it'll be far too much of a pity. Why don't you leave it to me? Tong Zhao's face immediately sank when he heard that. However, when he saw that it was Jianchen, his gloominess immediately vanished. He immediately changed his attitude and said amiably with a smile, "So it's the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. All right, since you've spoken, I'll leave Luo Heping's corpse to the patriarch." Tong Xiao said that, he paused. After a moment of hesitation, he passed Luo Heping's space ring. He left Luo Heping's space, I'll leave Luo Heping's space as well. Tong Xiao was one of the 4 chaotic primes of the Tong family. He was an existence that stood above everyone else in the Tong family. However, he did not dare to put on any airs before Jianchen despite his great status. Instead, he was extremely polite. This was because the chaotic primes on the cloud plane were able to witness the battle in outer space clearly. As a result, all the chaotic primes and even some infinite primes on the cloud plane deeply understood just how great the power behind Jianchen was. "I only want his corpse. You can keep the space ring," said Jianchen. He did not act arrogantly at all. Instead, he picked up Luo Heping's corpse and tossed it into the water cloud hall he carried with him. "My friend Jianchen seems to require a large number of corpses. All members of the Tong family, listen up. Do not destroy a single body. I want all the dead clansmen of the God's Fallen clan to be preserved, regardless of their strength." Tong Wuming's voice rang out. Immediately, all the people of the Tong family became much more careful. As they killed their enemies, they did their best to preserve their bodies. "Thank you, Senior." Jianchen beamed and thanked him in a hurry. There's no need to be so polite, Jianchen. If you really want to thank someone, it should be our Tong family thanking you. If it wasn't for you, our Tong family would have faced this disaster." Tong Wuming arrived beside Jianchen and smiled. He seemed like a benevolent old man. Afterwards, Jianchen collected quite a few of the corpses of the 4 remaining chaotic primes of the God's Fallen clan. Jianchen did not even waste the corpses of the dead infinite primes. He stored them all in the water cloud hall for the future growth of the immortal devouring orchid. Of course, Jianchen did not go too far. He only collected their corpses and left all the space rings to the Tong family. After collecting the space rings of the 5 chaotic primes of the God's Fallen clan, Tong Xiao turned his attention to the infinite primes of the God's Fallen clan as well. He began a massacre. There were 20 to 30 infinite primes in the God's Fallen clan. Even though there were quite a lot of them, they died one after another under the attacks of the 4 chaotic primes of the Tong family. Even if there were 9th heavenly layer infinite primes among them, they were still unable to escape death. "Tong family, are you really going to ignore our many years of friendship and massacre our God's Fallen clan?" An 8th heavenly layer infinite prime of the God's Fallen clan roared out furiously. His face was filled with reluctance and despair. No one paid any attention to him, but no one pitied him either. Many experts saw what happened in outer space clearly. If it were not for the sudden appearance of the martial soul lineage, it would not have been the God's Fallen clan that would have been wiped out. Instead, it would have been the Tong family. "Immortal devouring orchid, the corpses here are enough for you to eat your fill. Go." This is a rare opportunity. Jianchen hovered in the air as he summoned the immortal devouring orchid. The immortal devouring orchid swayed gently as it sent a mental pulse of excitement to Jianchen. Afterwards, it immediately landed on the ground, and its countless tendrils began to grow rapidly, becoming longer and thicker. They all sank into the ground. The immortal devouring orchid remained in the God's Fallen clan just like that. All of its tendrils were hidden underground, spreading rapidly in all directions with the main body as the center. It had basically covered the entire God's Fallen clan. Jianchen could clearly see with the senses of his soul that the immortal devouring orchid's tendrils were like a huge net, enveloping every inch of the God's Fallen clan. The blood that had seeped into the ground was constantly being absorbed by the tendrils. At the same time, Many tendrils emerged from the ground. Like sharp thorns, they stabbed into the corpses immediately. Immediately, a strange scene occurred. Many godhood cultivators and cultivators below godhood in the God's Fallen clan began to wither. Their lifeless corpses on the ground were drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the blood and energy left in the corpses were being sucked dry, turning them into dried corpses in a short period of time. There were just far too many corpses in the God's Fallen clan, and the number was constantly increasing. As a result, the immortal devouring orchid did not directly devour the corpses. Instead, it only absorbed their essence. With your current level of cultivation, you'll reach your limit very soon if you devour the corpses of divine kings. Keep the corpses of divine kings for now. Devour the corpses of overgods and those below overgods first. Jianshan said to the immortal devouring orchid secretly. He did not sit around either. He paid close attention to the battle in the sky. Whenever an infinite prime from the God's Fallen clan died, he would immediately collect the corpse and leave all the space rings to the Tong family. Chapter 26:71. This time, the immortal devouring orchid will definitely reach the primordial realm. Even if it doesn't devour the corpses of the divine king, infinite primes, or chaotic primes, just the corpses of overgods and those below will be enough for it to break through, Jianshan thought as he began to look forward to it. The God's Fallen clan was a peak clan on the Cloud Plain. They possessed a history of 1,000,000 years. After such a long period of expansion, the number of people in the God's Fallen clan had already reached several 100,000 or even over 1,000,000. Even though there were not a lot of people above the Divine King and Divine King realm, there were quite a few overgods, gods, and deities below the Divine King. There were even more Origin realm and sainthood experts. If all of these people were added together, it would be equivalent to a few or even over a dozen infinite primes. If it were the corpses of infinite primes, the immortal devouring orchid would need some time to digest them, but the sainthood, origin realm, and godhood experts can be digested in a single moment. Although the energy within these weaker cultivators is nowhere near as great as infinite primes, there's a lot of it. The immortal devouring orchid will undergo a qualitative change once it reaches a certain amount, Jianshan thought. He hovered in the air and observed the battle in the God's Fallen clan as he paid close attention to the immortal devouring orchid, just in case something happened to it. After all, the immortal devouring orchid was only at the Divine King realm. If a primordial realm expert attacked it, it would be a disaster. This plant dares to devour the clansmen of our God's Fallen clan. You deserve to die. An infinite prime elder of the God's Fallen clan bellowed out furiously. He immediately used a god-tier battle skill and knocked back an infinite prime of the Tong family who fought against him. Afterwards, he charged towards the immortal devouring orchid with murderous intent. However, as soon as he moved, an old man blocked his path and sent a palm strike towards him with terrifying energy. He was a great elder of the Tong family, a chaotic prime. In the end, the elder of the God's Fallen clan was obliterated before he could even approach the immortal devouring orchid. Patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, I'll leave this corpse to you. The great elder of the Tong family directly tossed the corpse to Jianshan. Elder Luo, she is dead as well. Basically all the mid and late infinite primes of our God's Fallen clan have died. Only a few early infinite primes and I are still holding on bitterly. In another battlefield of the God's Fallen clan, a young man was covered in blood. His body was covered in terrifying wounds. He was currently fighting against an elder of the Yusong family who was clearly stronger than him. He was an infinite prime of the God's Fallen clan, Luo Fei. At this moment, Luo Fei's eyes were filled with despair. The chaotic prime of the Tong family had gone as far as to lower himself and personally kill infinite primes like him. They were unable to fend him off at all. Now that all the stronger infinite primes of the God's Fallen clan had died, The chaotic prime great elder of the Tong family had already set his sights on cultivators at his level, killing them off one by one. Luo Fei knew that he would not be able to live for much longer, as it would be his turn very soon. The Tong family had already sealed off the God's Fallen clan, so they could only enter and leave. It was impossible for them to escape. Go deal with the divine king of the God's Fallen clan. Leave this person to me. A chaotic prime of the Tong family appeared before Luo Fei and stared at him coldly. He said to the elder of the Tong family who fought against Luo Fei, "Yes, great elder. Great elder." The infinite prime from the Tong family bowed politely and immediately flew off. "Ha ha ha, I, Luo Fei, am actually worthy enough for a great elder of the Tong family to take action. Even if I die, I can still be proud of myself," Luo Fei cried out miserably. Luo Fei let out a miserable scream. His face was covered in blood. When he opened his mouth to laugh, blood mixed with bits of his organs flowed out of his mouth. Humph! The great elder of the Tong family was cold. He snorted coldly and stabbed his sword towards Luo Fei. "Stop!" At this moment, a voice rang out. The white-robed Tian Shuang flew over from afar, directly entering the God's Fallen clan. She called out to the great elder of the Tong family who was about to kill Luo Fei. The great elder of the Yun clan frowned and suddenly turned his head to look at Tian Shuang. His eyes were cold. Tian Shuang's heart tightened. She immediately returned to her senses and said to Jianchen, "Patriarch, can you spare Luo Fei? Although he's a member of the God's Fallen clan, he's not a bad person." "Tian Shuang, is he your friend?" Jianchen glanced at Luo Fei. Luo Fei was a third heavenly layer infinite prime. Jianchen no longer took an expert at that level seriously. "Luo Fei is an old friend of mine. Moreover, he has helped me many times in the past," Tian Shuang said with a hint of pleading. The great elder of the Tong family who was about to kill Luo Fei stopped when he saw Tian Shuang plead with Jianchen. He looked at Jianchen from afar as if he was waiting for Jianchen's orders. "Since he's your friend, I'll help you this time," said Jianchen. Since it was Tian Shuang's request, he naturally would not turn it down. Afterwards, he immediately explained the situation to the great elder of the Tong family. Luo Fei's talent was not particularly great. Someone like him posed no threat to Jianchen or the Tong family. "Since the patriarch has spoken, our Tong family won't kill this person," the great elder of the Tong family chuckled. The chaotic prime great elder chuckled and said in an extremely straightforward manner. His attitude towards Jianchen was completely different from how he treated Tian Shuang. "Tian Shuang, why did you save me?" Luo Fei coughed up blood as his eyes dimmed. He was dejected. The calamity that the God's Fallen clan was facing right now was just too great a blow to him. At the same time, the immortal devouring orchid that had taken root in the ground stopped absorbing blood. Its huge flower was enveloped by a layer of dense, red mist as it pulsed with powerful pulses. In such a short amount of time, the immortal devouring orchid had already absorbed the blood, vital energies, and vitality of several 100,000 clansmen of the God's Fallen clan. Even though the strongest clansmen were only over-gods, the amount of energy they had accumulated was equivalent to several infinite primes. This was the limit of the immortal devouring orchid. Furthermore, there was a considerable number of corpses that the immortal devouring orchid was unable to absorb. It could only allow the lifeless corpses to lie on the ground in a disorderly manner and allow the fresh blood to gather into a trickle. It should be enough this time. Jianchen stared at the immortal devouring orchid as he murmured to himself. Afterwards, he arrived before the immortal devouring orchid in a flash, personally watching over it. In just a few hours, the battle of the God's Fallen clan had completely come to an end. The God's Fallen clan that stood at the apex of the Cloud Plain had officially vanished from the Cloud Plain. Jianchen did not collect the spoils. Instead, he watched over the immortal devouring orchid quietly. The members of the Tong family had already gone to collect the scattered corpses of the Divine King. Patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, all the corpses of the Divine King in the God's Fallen clan are in this space ring. There are over 400 of them. One of the 4 great elders of the Tong family, Tong Xiao, personally passed the space ring with the Divine King's corpses to Jianchen. Jianchen's eyes lit up when he heard that. He was overjoyed. Over 400 corpses of the Divine King, over 20 corpses of infinite primes, and 5 corpses of chaotic primes. He had truly benefited greatly from his trip to the God's Fallen clan this time. This time, you've reaped all the benefit. Immortal devouring orchid, I've spent a lot of effort nurturing you. Don't disappoint me. Jianchen stared at the immortal devouring orchid and said gently. Chapter 26:72. Alright, thank you, Senior. Jianchen was overjoyed. Just the God's Fallen clan alone had benefited so much. If the other 2 clans were included, Jianchen struggled to imagine just how much energy they could store for the immortal devouring orchid. I wonder if the energy of 2 grand primes and the energy of many chaotic primes and infinite primes will be enough for the immortal devouring orchid to reach chaotic prime in a single stroke. Once it reaches chaotic prime, it'll be my greatest assistance, Jianchen thought. He eagerly awaited the arrival of this day. However, he also understood that the immortal devouring orchid would need quite some time to absorb all this energy. Even with sufficient food, breaking through to chaotic prime was not something that could be accomplished in a single day. Junior brother, is it worth it to spend so much effort to nurture this spiritual plant? After all, you're growing far too quickly. It might be useless to you in the end, said a deep voice. A heavy voice rang out. Han Zong, Chu Jian, Yu Chao, and the other members of the martial soul lineage all appeared beside Jianchen. They all studied the immortal devouring orchid. No, it's different. Jianchen shook his head. He placed great importance on the immortal devouring orchid. Chu Jian studied the immortal devouring orchid for a while before saying in thought, this spiritual plant might be able to grow extremely quickly in the early stages, but as its strength constantly increases, it'll become extraordinarily difficult to increase its strength in the future. It might need a very long time before it can reach Grand Prime. After all, the corpses of godhood cultivators are easy to find, so they can provide it with sufficient food in the early stages. However, the corpses of primordial realm experts are difficult to find. Where are you going to find so many corpses of primordial realm experts for it in the future? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I've actually thought about the problem of its future growth long ago, but I firmly believe that it will definitely reach a peak under my nurturing and become a great assistance to me, Jianchen said firmly. Since the sword spirits had praised the immortal devouring orchid, it was definitely something extraordinary. Afterwards, the clansmen of the Tong family all retreated after cleaning up the battlefield. Very soon, not a single clansman of the Tong family remained in the territory of the God's Fallen clan. Even Tong Wuming bid farewell to Jianchen in order to find a way to remove the curse on the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. In the blink of an eye, the war-ravaged God's Fallen clan fell completely silent. As far as the eye could see, the God's Fallen clan was a mess. All the buildings had been reduced to ruins, and many mountains had been flattened. All the valuable items that could be dismantled had been taken away by the people of the Tong family. However, Jianchen did not leave. After the immortal devouring demonic flower had devoured enough blood essence and essence, it was now on the verge of a breakthrough. He had been guarding the immortal devouring demonic flower. Since the Four Symbols Alliance wants to destroy 8th Junior's clan, I don't think there's any need for the Four Symbols Alliance to continue existing, said Su Qi's second eldest sister. At this moment, the 5th senior sister of the martial soul lineage, Su Qi, said. Even though she was an alluring woman, she was no weaker than anyone else when it came to killing. Our martial soul lineage doesn't cause trouble, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of trouble. Since they've come to pick on us, we obviously have to make them pay the price, said the fourth senior, Yun Ziding. First senior, second senior, third senior, let's go destroy the Four Symbols Alliance, Aoyama suggested as a cold light flickered through his eyes. The successors of the martial soul lineage had always been as close as brothers. When one of them was in trouble, everyone would come to their aid. As a result, what happened to Jianchen was no longer just a matter of Jianchen. Instead, it involved the entire martial soul lineage. However, the Four Symbols Alliance truly posed no threat to the martial soul lineage. Even with the addition of Luo Mantian and He Dao, the martial soul lineage still did not take them seriously. At this moment, a powerful pulse of energy appeared. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the people from the martial soul lineage. The powerful pulse of energy came from the immortal devouring demonic flower. It had finally broken through at the late Divine King realm, reaching the primordial realm. As soon as it reached the primordial realm, the rate at which the immortal devouring demonic flower refined energy skyrocketed. Moreover, the amount of energy it could devour in one go had increased by several times as its strength broke through. The immortal devouring demonic flower's presence skyrocketed as the energy within it became more and more powerful. Jianchen could clearly sense that the essence blood, vital energies, and essence that the immortal devouring demonic flower had absorbed from the God's fallen clan were vanishing at an unbelievable rate, turning into energy that belonged to the immortal devouring demonic flower. Good. You've finally reached the primordial realm. Jianchen smiled. The immortal devouring demonic flower's growth rate had completely exceeded his expectations. If this continued, it might even surpass him if he provided it with enough energy. Suddenly, the huge branch of the immortal devouring demonic flower shuddered gently. In the next moment, all the blood on the ground dried up. The energy within the blood had been absorbed by the immortal devouring demonic flower through its roots in the ground, becoming its nutrients. After absorbing all the blood, all the roots of the flower left the ground one after another. Each of the roots was several miles long, and some were even tens of miles long. They danced in the air, rolling up the corpses on the ground and throwing them into the flower petals. A huge mouth seemed to be hidden within the petals, as if it was a whole new world. After devouring so many corpses, it did not swell at all. In under a minute, the immortal devouring demonic flower had cleaned out the entire God's fallen clan. Afterwards, all the roots began to shrink, and they gradually shrunk to a meter tall. They hovered around Jianchen like ordinary flowers, swaying gently in an extremely intimate manner. Looks like you haven't eaten enough. Let's go to the other two places. Jianchen chuckled. He used the laws of space with the immortal devouring demonic flower and vanished like he had teleported. He hurried towards the Hev-shaking sect and the Taoist sect of emergence. The battle between the Hev-shaking sect and the Taoist sect of emergence had ended as well. However, Zhou Zhidao and Lai Yanwuji had received Tong Wuming's orders long ago, so they specially left behind some clansmen to clean up the battlefield. They stored the corpses of the experts into space rings. As a result, when Jianchen arrived at the bases of the Taoist sect of emergence and the Hev-shaking sect, he only received space rings. I am the elder of the cosmic sect, Kong Na. Greetings to the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. All the corpses from the Taoist sect of emergence are in there. There are 4 chaotic primes, 32 regular infinite primes, and many disciples below godhood. I am the elder of the Fire God clan, Lai Yanxian. Greetings to the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. The ancestor has specially ordered us to give these corpses to the patriarch. The Hev-shaking sect has a total of 5 chaotic primes and 30 infinite primes. The people who handed over the space rings were all infinite primes from the cosmic sect and Fire God clan. They were all extremely polite to Jianchen, acting extremely humbly. Chapter 2673. With a flip of his hand, a fist-sized, azure-blue divine hall appeared in Jianchen's hand. This divine hall was the medium-quality god artifact, the Water Cloud Hall. With a thought from Jianchen, the doors of the Water Cloud Hall slowly opened. An invisible suction seemed to appear from within, sucking in all the space rings in Jianchen's other hand. Immortal devouring orchid, you can cultivate in seclusion in the Water Cloud Hall for the next few days. If you encounter any problems, you can contact the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Hall, Jianchen said to the immortal devouring orchid. The immortal devouring orchid swayed gently as if it was nodding at Jianchen. After rubbing against Jianchen intimately, it entered the Water Cloud Hall and vanished. Jianchen stowed the Water Cloud Hall away casually. Now, it was up to the immortal devouring orchid to see just how much it could grow. He was not worried about the immortal devouring orchid being unable to use the space rings at all. This was because the immortal devouring orchid was no less intelligent than humans. Aside from the limitations of its original form, which prevented it from assuming a human form and speaking, it was no weaker than humans in every other aspect. As a matter of fact, it even surpassed them. Opening the space rings was a piece of cake for it. The immortal devouring orchid hovered in the air within the Water Cloud Hall. As it had just reached the primordial realm, it was unable to conceal all of its energy. As a result, it pulsed with the energy of the primordial realm, as well as the pressure of the primordial realm. As for the interspatial rings, they were quietly lying on the ground. Suddenly, the immortal devouring orchid's roots began to grow. Several dozen thin roots reached several dozen meters long in just a few seconds, wrapping around the space rings. In the next moment, the space rings were opened one by one. Corpses flew out one after another, piling up in the Water Cloud Hall. The immortal devouring orchid's branches could not help but tremble when it saw the corpses. It was filled with excitement and joy. Orchid, Master has said that you should start absorbing the weakest ones. At this moment, a cold voice rang out in the hall. It was the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Hall. I understand. Thank you, Master, the immortal devouring orchid replied. The immortal devouring demonic flower replied. Of course, it still couldn't speak, but it could communicate through mental waves. At the same time, the ancestor of the God's Fallen clan, Luo Mantion, and the ancestor of the Taoist sect of emergence, He Dao, stood on a mountain peak. They gazed in the direction of the God's Fallen clan and Taoist sect of emergence through the most powerful formation of the Four Symbols Alliance. Their faces were filled with killing intent. As Grand Primes, they could monitor the entire cloud plane with a single thought. Naturally, they had witnessed the destruction of the God's Fallen clan and Taoist sect of emergence, but they were unable to provide any assistance. As a result, they could only hole up there and watch as the sects and clans that had existed for 1,000,000 years on the cloud plane were destroyed. Tong family, Fire God clan, Cosmic sect, there will be a day when I, Luo Mantion, make you regret this. Luo Mantion gritted his teeth. Luo Mantion gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him not to feel heartache over the destruction of a 1,000,000-year legacy. Even if his clan could be rebuilt, it would take an extremely long time for them to return to their former glory. Don't worry. We have the young Star Lord on our side. We'll get our revenge sooner or later, He Dao said sternly. Tisk, tsk. If it were up to me, you can't blame them. After all, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak almost died to your hands. Changfeng Yun's voice rang out. He was a middle-aged man in purple robes, and he made his way over steadily from afar. Especially you, Luo Mantion. Your dagger really is extraordinary. It actually has the laws of curses from a fourth heavenly layer Grand Prime, at the very least. Fortunately, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was at the peak of the third heavenly layer, which was why he was able to fend off the power of the curse. If it were a second heavenly layer Grand Prime, he probably wouldn't have been able to last for very long. He would have died to the power of the curse, Changfeng Yun said as he smiled faintly. However, his smile, which seemed very ordinary, became a form of mockery in the eyes of Luo Mantion and He Dao. After all, the two of them had betrayed the clan, and they had even ambushed the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, who trusted them greatly. From a moral point of view, their actions were despicable. Chang Fengyun, you better watch your mouth, or I wouldn't mind fighting you here, Luo Mantion immediately replied coldly. This is the territory of our Four Symbols Alliance. Are you sure you want to fight me here? Chang Fengyun chuckled, as if he did not take Luo Mantion seriously at all. Their Righteous Alliance and the Four Symbols Alliance had clashed for so many years, so their grievances ran deep. It was not something that could be resolved so easily. Even though Luo Mantion had joined them now and stood on the same side, it was still difficult for them to get along. Enough, Chang Fengyun. Now is not the time for internal strife. Xuanfeng wants us to go to the Longevity Hall. It's time for us to discuss how we should deal with the upcoming disturbance. Gong Ji had also arrived and stopped Chang Fengyun and Luo Mantion from fighting. Very soon, the four remaining Grand Primes of the Four Symbols Alliance gathered together with Luo Mantion and He Dao, who had betrayed the Righteous Alliance. They discussed their current predicament. Gong Ji, is there still no news from the young Star Lord? We can't resolve our current predicament by ourselves. We can only rely on the young Star Lord to send some experts from the Star Brilliance plane over, the Gentle Breeze ancestor asked during the meeting. His brows were already tightly furrowed. Gong Ji shook her head. I've asked the young Star Lord many times to send some experts from the Star Brilliance plane over, but the young Star Lord has never given me a proper reply. It's as if there's something he can't say. Gong Ji Wu Lu, the predicament we're facing right now is all because of your stubbornness. Even Zheng Hu died because of it. Tell me what we should do now. Once the martial soul lineage and the Righteous Alliance attack us, we won't be able to hold on for too long with our formations. Once the formations fall, our Four Symbols Alliance will suffer the same fate as the God's Fallen Clan, the Hev-shaking sect, and the Taoist sect of emergence. We'll truly be erased from the cloud plane, Chang Fengyun called out. You can't blame us for this. After all, no one expected the martial soul lineage to suddenly appear, nor did they expect the martial soul lineage to ignore the young Star Lord's deterrence and openly oppose us, Gong Ji said emotionlessly. The meeting of the upper echelon of the Four Symbols Alliance led to quite a dispute. The young Star Lord's face darkened as he remained in a luxurious palace. He was in an extremely bad mood. Martial soul lineage. Once this trial ends, I'll definitely ask my foster father to take action and make you pay the price. The young Star Lord clenched his fists as he became extremely furious. Originally, the plan this time had been perfect. Jianxin should have been dead for sure, but the appearance of the martial soul lineage had completely turned the situation around, causing him to fail. As a result, his hatred for the martial soul lineage was bone deep. Why are you so angry, young Star Lord? At this moment, a voice boomed through the empty hall. Who is it? Come out. The young Star Lord's face sank. He looked around, but he failed to see anyone. He also could not tell where the voice came from. Chapter 2674. You dare to flirt with me? The young Star Lord said coldly. He did not look behind him because he had already checked the surroundings. The luxurious palace was empty. Aside from him, there was no one else. Furthermore, he did not sense the slightest bit of movement from behind him. The person who had spoken in secret was clearly toying with him. You're exaggerating, young Star Lord. I'm not in the mood to flirt with you, the voice rang out again. The young Star Lord's eyes suddenly narrowed. This time, the voice did not come from everywhere. Instead, it clearly came from behind him. Moreover, he could tell from the voice that the person was very close to him. The young Star Lord immediately turned around and saw an azure-robed man standing behind him silently with a single glance. He seemed to be smiling at him. The azure-robed man did not give off any presence at all, nor did he give off any pulses of life. If it were not for the fact that he could clearly see him, the young Star-Lord would have even doubted whether there really was a person right before him. "Who are you?" The young Star-Lord stared at the azure-robed man. Even though the man seemed like a mortal, he could sense an extremely dangerous presence from him with his sharp senses. The young Star-Lord secretly became cautious. His instincts told him that the person before him was definitely not someone who would stay put. He was not to be trifled with. "This king comes from the lone heaven plain." The azure-robed man smiled, but his smile made the young Star-Lord shiver. It was as if this was the smiling face of a demon. It looked so terrifying. "The lone heaven plain?" the young Star-Lord murmured as he began to think. He glanced past the azure-robed man. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and he said, "Are you one of the 4 heavenly kings of the lone heaven plain, the heavenly king of azure brilliance?" "It looks like the young Star-Lord has heard of me." "That's right, it's me," the azure-robed man said indifferently. Afterwards, he walked over to a chair and sat down. He studied the majestic yet extremely luxurious palace. "It looks like the young Star-Lord knows how to enjoy life. Even the old guys of the 4 Symbols Alliance probably haven't stayed in such a luxurious residence before." "Greetings, Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance." Now that his identity had been confirmed, the young Star-Lord immediately became cautious. Even though he was the foster son of the 9 Brilliant Star-Lord, he was forced to lower his haughty attitude before the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance. He had heard of the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance's notoriety more than once. He was unruly, cold-blooded, and merciless. He killed decisively. He was a renowned and dangerous figure in the Saints' world. Even though he was not one of the most powerful people, he was definitely one of the people that could not be provoked. This was because the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance possessed the greatest speed in the world. Even with the entire Saints' world in perspective, there were barely any experts who could catch up to him. Moreover, he was narrow-minded and extremely vengeful. As a result, many experts in the Saints' world tolerated the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance as much as they could and did their best to avoid provoking him. Otherwise, once they became enemies, they would not be able to catch up to the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance even if they completely overwhelmed him in strength. What could they do? Moreover, they would have to face the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance's almost endless revenge in the future. As a result, all the experts in the Saints' world who had some backing were unwilling to provoke the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance. For example, the Star Brilliance plane ranked towards the top of the 49 Great Planes. The Cloud Plane could not be compared to the Star Brilliance plane. It was filled with sects and experts, but the only person who could truly ignore the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance was his foster father, the 9 Brilliant Star-Lord. Moreover, the young Star-Lord had once heard from his foster father that even if his foster father wanted to kill the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance, it would take him quite a lot of effort. This was because he needed to catch up to the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance first. Although his foster father was powerful and renowned throughout the world, known to be a supreme expert only second to Grand Exalts, he was not even as good as experts who had grasped the laws of space when it came to chasing down enemies. As a result, the young Star-Lord feared the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance slightly. As a matter of fact, he feared him slightly. He dared to offend the heavenly palace of Bishing because he was certain that Exin would not dare to kill him. After all, the heavenly palace of Bishing did not only have Exin. The First Majesty, Exin, had to consider many things as well. She had to consider whether she could fend off the 9 Brilliant Star-Lord or even the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt's fury. However, the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance was an unruly and fearless person. If he really was angered, he could do anything. Senior Heavenly King, the 4 Symbols Alliance is currently protected by a formation. How did you enter? The young Star-Lord asked carefully. The defenses of this formation are impressive, but it's a piece of cake for me to get through it if I want to. Any formation that can be easily destroyed by me won't be able to stop me. I can come and go as I please, the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance said nonchalantly. He did not take the Four Symbols Alliance seriously at all. I've heard many legends about Senior Heavenly King in the past. Now that I've met you, Senior Heavenly King really does live up to your reputation. May I ask why Senior Heavenly King has suddenly come to find me? The young Star Lord clasped his fist. Right now, he was like a completely different person compared to how he was in the past. I just happened to pass by here. As soon as I heard that the 9 brilliant Star Lord's son was on the cloud plane, I came here to take a look. However, it looks like you've encountered some problems, said the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance. Before the young Star Lord could reply, he continued, the 9 brilliant Star Lord is one of the few supreme experts who have reached the 9th heavenly layer in the Saints' world. If he takes another step forward, he'll become a Grand Exalt, where he'll become a supreme sovereign. He's someone we admire. Since you're the only son of the 9 brilliant Star Lord, I'll give this to you. Just treat it as a form of protection. You can treat it as a sign of goodwill. As he said that, the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance extended a finger, and immediately, an azure feather that was only as long as a finger appeared out of nowhere. It shone with a faint azure light which was quite enchanting. These are life-bound feathers. They were condensed from this king's essence, vitality, and soul, and then nurtured in my body for many years. Every single feather possesses the power to destroy the world. It's equivalent to a full-powered attack from this king. After all these years, I've only managed to nurture 3 life-bound feathers. Every single one of them is extremely precious. Even my direct disciples have never received one from me. For the sake of the 9 brilliant Star Lord, I'll give you one of these life-bound feathers as a form of protection. The 9 brilliant Star Lord is currently in seclusion. If you encounter any danger, he won't be able to save you in time. Thank you, Heavenly King. I will definitely remember your kindness today. The young Star Lord was overjoyed. He stowed the feather away carefully in a hurry. He stared at the azure feather in his hand as the light in his eyes flickered. May I ask if this life-bound feather can be used to attack, Heavenly King? The Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance smiled strangely. Since it's a form of protection, it can obviously be used to harm people. As long as they don't come across 5th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes, they'll be heavily injured even if they don't die before my life-bound feather. Even if they come across 5th Heavenly Layer experts, they'll struggle to gain any benefits as long as they're not on the level of the Solitary Sword Ancestor. You better use it well. What about those below Grand Prime? The young Star Lord asked. Those below Grand Prime will definitely die. With that, the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance vanished silently. He had left the Four Symbols Alliance without anyone knowing. From the beginning to the end, the ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance were completely unaware. Those below Grand Prime will definitely die. The young Star Lord murmured as excitement filled his eyes. The life-bound feather from the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance was truly a timely gift to him. Jianshan isn't even a chaotic prime. Using this feather on him is letting him off too easily. But Senior Heavenly King said that father is in seclusion? That's strange. When I left the Star Brilliance plane, father wasn't in seclusion. Why did he suddenly enter seclusion so soon after I left? I don't know how long foster father will be in seclusion this time. Then, when will my training in the Cloud Prefecture end?